Hello. Sorry I'm late, guys. All right. Hi, Margot. Hello, hello. Hello, Kim. Hatteras Island, North Carolina. Nice. I'm just going to make a few little adjustments here. Let's see. Hello, welcome, guys. It's going to be a pretty chill stream for my first one. I've done some streams before for members, but this will be the first one. Hi, Sandy, hello. I'm going to move this over. Sorry, my face is going to be all over the place right now. Hello, hello. Hi, guys. Welcome, welcome. So we will have some, yes, oh, it's lit up. Let's turn that back off so you guys can probably see it better. Oh, it doesn't want to stay off. Okay. So welcome. The lighting in here, it's going to be a mess, just so you know. But Jocelyn, hey! We got some of our members in here. Barb, hello from Texas. Deb, hello. Yay. Welcome, everybody. Oh, this is so exciting. So this is my first public live stream. And like I was just saying, my lighting is a mess. Luckily, we've done a few for my members, and we have a lot of fun with our member live streams. But I figured, once in a while we can do, maybe more than once in a while, depending how this goes, we can have some public ones where I'm just live painting. You guys can kind of see. Feel free to ask questions. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, North Carolina. We got a couple Carolina people, North and both North, I think. Yes, we got Kim from North and Deb from North. So, like I said, we have had some member live streams and we have some fun with painting and discussing and chatting. And I thought, why don't we... Hello, Patty. Welcome, welcome. So glad so many of you could be here. Like I said, feel free to ask questions. Many of you know that I am a resin artist. Well, I'm an artist, I should say. I'm a lifelong artist. I've spent the last 3 years kind of exploring resin as a really fun medium, and I kind of got known for that. That's where my Instagram, the majority of my work there is in resin. TikTok, YouTube here. Majority of the work that I do is in resin. Lately, I've kind of turned a little bit more to not working with resin as much. I still do, but it's not my priority anymore, because I love doing what you see here, which is just this stained glass style painting, whether it's on resin, which is where I started doing it, or on anything really, any surface, if it's canvas, or if it's wood, or if it's ceramics or glass. And today's piece is actually a glass piece, so that's going to be fun. But yeah, I just really like it. So I'm now... Hello, welcome. Is that you? My brain is forgotten. I recognize your face though. You're one of my members. Welcome, welcome. Starts with a C. I'm so sorry. I'm terrible. Welcome, Roz, and hello. Hello, hello. I can't read the writing. I'm so sorry. April, hello. Jocelyn, hello. Connie, right? I think it's Connie. Welcome. You'll see members. So I have Patreon members and I have YouTube members. I think our YouTube members are going to pop up with their special boxes there. Our Patreon members, we'll probably have to look at, if we continue doing this, maybe we'll get you guys some special icons or something as well, so we recognize you guys. But thank you guys. If you are here and you're not able to type in the chat, you do need to be subscribed to the channel. There's no payment involved or anything like that. It's just being subscribed. So yeah, and there will likely be ads. I'm really sorry I'm saying this up front. There probably will be ads. I don't know what YouTube is doing with ads right now with live streams. Even on my private my private member live stream, sometimes we were getting them as well. So yay, Joanne, yay! Oh, this is so fun. Oh my gosh. Okay, now we're getting a little overwhelmed. Okay, thank you guys so much for being here. But like I said, I've done a lot of work with resin, but I do a lot of this as well. This is where I'm probably going to be focusing a lot of my energy this year, is putting this type of hand-painted stained glass stuff on you know, anything that I can get my hands on. So, hey, oh, yay, we got members chatting with members. So exciting. I do want to show one quick thing. Let me grab it. I forgot. I tried to grab everything, but I missed a few things. Grab all of them. Woo. So, okay. So as I was saying, hello, hi Pam. Hey. Oh, I'm so excited. This is so fun. Okay, so as I mentioned, the lighting in here is a little bit odd. So I'm completely washed out because I have a light up here. I have a light in front of me because I want you guys to be able to see the work. And then this light is going, we realized in one of our member live streams that having this backlight actually helps you guys see the color better. So that's why we have the light table here as well. So for those of you who are new, I know we have a lot of members here today, but for those of you who are new, if you're interested in this type of painting, and I'll show you the kind of things we're doing today. If you're interested in this type of painting, I do have ones available to certain designs on my website that you can purchase exactly like this. It's an acrylic and it already has the outlines painted by me on it. And then you can paint them yourself. So it's a lot of fun. We have a bunch of designs. I don't have them all here. I think most of the ones I have here are actually the Christmas ones, which you can still get if you want. They're not on the site right now, but I'm going to be activating those ones. But like we have this one here, which is a mushroom. So this one's already painted, but you can get them unpainted and then you can paint them yourself. We'll show this probably a couple times through the live stream, but like I said, if you're new and you're not familiar with what I do here, I just want to quickly show you guys. So there's a couple new ones that went up this past week. My website is hi Patty. Oh, it's so fun. I'm so excited. I got a bunch of my members here. Welcome everybody. Members, welcome all the new people to the stream as well. Get to know each other. This is fun. I hope this is something we can do. So here are some new ones that just went up on the site. Again, this is already painted, but you can get the just outlined version and paint it yourself. So this is that. So they're just on clear acrylic. Here's a peacock one we just did on a member live stream recently. So we painted this one. Again, you can get it with just the outlines on the website. I can probably put the website in the chat if you guys are interested. This lotus, if you guys are on Instagram, you saw me post this one recently. And this one has glitter in it. As you can see, it's so shimmery. So there we go. So, and there's two new ones. Those of you on Instagram who were guessing what yesterday's post was, I'm going to show you guys all the paint. Don't worry. Today I'm using the glass paints. I do have a video on my channel where I show the same sun catchers, but with 3 options for paint. So if you go to my homepage after the stream, the main, well, I think it's the last video that I posted was the sun catcher. So if you want to see options for paint, you can see there the ones I recommend. So the ones who guessed on yesterday's post, this is what I was painting. Well, you probably can't see it that well because of this, but so this is what I was painting. It is a phoenix, so you can see it looks really cool. So there's that, and I do have a limited edition one, and it's the year. Oh, my light turned on again. Oh, it's so sensitive. Is this one here, which is, well, maybe the light's actually more helpful. It is a Year of the Dragon one. This is limited edition. Again, you can get it with just the outlines, and then you can paint it how you like with your choice of paint. I'm using glass paints. Again, I'll show you what they are, and there is that video if you're interested. So we quickly show that. So we probably will have to discuss that. Maybe those will pop up again later in the stream because there may be some other people who join and want to know about it as well. So let's do that. You're going to do mine today? Yay, April! I'm so busy the holidays. Yes, honestly, I'm still catching up. As you guys know, from the holidays, things have been so hectic around here. So this is what we're going to be painting today. Now, if this is a dragonfly, I don't know if you can see it. There's a dragonfly on here. There is a dragonfly sun catcher on the website as well. And there's also the mushrooms I showed you, so there's a mushroom one as well. So I try to combine some of the designs that we have on existing Suncatcher designs. If you guys are interested, you can apply the colors or whatever that we're doing here onto those. So that one is the one that one is, is on the way. Yes, 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 yes. That's right. They're the dragons actually were very, very popular in orders, so there's quite a few of those going out soon. Hopefully this week they'll be all going out. So anyway, so welcome everybody. We have a nice number of people in here. Welcome to anybody who's new to this, to me and streaming. Like I said, today we're going to be painting this piece here. So again, it's a dragonfly with some flowers. Actually, I don't have it, but I could show you what the Suncatcher look like, but you guys can see. Oh, my website I was going to add. Forgive my arm being in the way here. If you guys are interested, designs.com is my website. So anyways, I don't know if that's going to work, but it's just the name with .com at the end. So, all right. So today's paints we're going to be using, I have a whole bunch, so you can see here. Here's my tray of paints. I do paint the top of my lids just so that I can see the colors. It helps me see the colors and helps me see how transparent they are. The size, oh, Jocelyn, the size. So this one I'm doing something a little different. This is actual glass. Hey, hi, Deborah. Hello, hello. Welcome in. This is a piece of glass. It's actually from a frame. Oh, and hopefully I don't break anything. But this is it's actually, a glass frame. It's a double paned, like a floating type frame. So the actual like framed piece on the inside here is about 13.5 by, it's like 10.5 by 13.5. It's somewhere like that. So just under 11 by 14 is the size. And my hope is that after I paint this, I can stick it back in the frame and then it's a framed piece. So we're testing it out today. Can the acrylic be trimmed? Yes, actually the acrylics are already, if you order them, acrylic, yes, can be drilled. You just have to be really careful. If you're placing an order on my website, I don't think these ones have holes in them yet, but you can choose the option. There is an option to have a hole added, and I do that for you. So it will already come with a hole. There's no added fee for adding the hole, but if you would like to hang them, there's the option there on the website to add a hole. I also showed in a recent member live that I found these really cool displays. So let's get our Year of the Dragon since he's so cool. So you can take, if you want, this is the wrong size. This is this is meant for an 8-inch. These acrylic circles that you can get online are 6-inch. So if you wanted to get your acrylic and you wanted to not hang it, but you wanted to display it, you can get these stands. They're available pretty much everywhere. I think most of you are in the States, and they're pretty easily found online. I think they're called iron stands, or a circle iron stand, or a stained glass iron stand. I forgot the Google search, but you can find them pretty easily. And all you have to do, again, this is not the right size. I did have one that was the right size somewhere. Oh, never mind, it's gone. I probably moved it. But anyways, you would be able to fit the circle in here, and then you could just stand it up. I don't know what I did with my acrylic. I must have moved it. Oh, it's way over there on the other side of this, the other side of the stone. Let me grab it really quick. Okay, so sorry. So this is an 8-inch acrylic. It's not unpeeled yet. Like it hasn't been used. But there you go. So you can get the idea of this is how you could now sit it right, on top of a table or near a window. If you don't want, again, if you don't want to hang it or don't have anywhere to hang it, this is another great way that you can display them. So I don't sell the stands because, like I said, they're pretty easily available for you guys in the States to find them. A little bit more challenging to find them here in Canada, but I found a few. So anyway, so, and there are rectangular ones as well if you want different shapes and stuff like that. So hello, good morning, good afternoon, actually, sorry. Oh, you're Jocelyn's mom? Oh my gosh. Oh no, sorry, you're Jocelyn's daughter. I read that wrong. This is a great life. Thanks to my mama Jocelyn for the welcome. Sorry, what's your name? I didn't catch your name and your handle. I can't tell what your name is, but welcome to the live. I'm so glad that you're here. This is fun. Okay, yay. All right, let's get painting. Enough chit chat. So should I leave this? Maybe I'll leave this guy up here just for interest's sake, for anybody else who's coming in. There we go. I know I had some people actually on a video who said that they don't like that I fiddle with my sticker I keep moving it during my videos, and it's because I want to have it on the screen because my videos sometimes do get picked up and used by other accounts. You know, they want to promote it, or sometimes they don't even ask, they just pick it up. And so I like to have my my logo there just so that people know it's me. And I know YouTube adds like a little tiny logo on the bottom, but half the time because my background's white, you can't see it. So sure. Hi, Cambry. Can I ask a dumb question? New to you, yeah. Where did the outline come from? Was that bought or so okay, so we just Brandy, welcome Brandy. Okay, so if yes, you're new, I have a bunch of videos on my YouTube channel that you're welcome to look at as well, where I kind of go through a lot of what I do in a lot more detail. But just to show you, I draw all the designs that you see here, whether it's on my channel or here in this live. I'm going to move that back up because now it's taking up too much space. You know what? No, you can't see it anyway because my face is there. So let's start over. All right, so I design all my pieces, so everything is hand drawn by me, and the outlines are hand drawn by me as well. And sorry, just give me a second. My nose was a little itchy there. And so these are the outliners that I use. So this one today sometimes I use silver. Today I use this gold. So this is the outliner. If you can read it. The brand is Pebeo. It's called Cerne Relief. And it's basically it's called a relief outliner, but it's basically a type of acrylic that is more typical for, like, more standard for stained glass. They do have other ones as well that are more for ceramics or porcelain or glass. So they do have those as well, but this is the one I use for what I'm creating. So they do have, this is like it's a coppery gold, so it's vermeil gold. This one is silver. They also have like other types of golds as well. They have a bunch of different metallics and colors. So this is what I do. And as I mentioned, I hand draw my designs, and I do have templates. Sorry, not templates, but I do have ones on my website, which I've already pre-painted, and I lost, oh no, it's right here. I've already have some that I've pre-painted the designs onto acrylic, and then you can purchase, and then all you have to do is paint it. So I know a lot of people say that they don't feel they can do the outlines themselves. So I hand paint these, and then you can fill them in. So this is like an example of what it looks like once it's painted, and this is what you would receive, and then that's what you could make it into. So I do have a bunch of designs on there as well on my website, which is in the chat somewhere. So all right, so let's do that. And there's a video on my homepage. It's probably the latest video that shows the types of paints that I use, or the types of paints. There's 3 options of paints that I recommend. I mean, you can use anything you like, but these are the ones I recommend for what we're creating here. Okay, so this is my paints, my glass paints. Today I'm going to be using these just because they're a little easier for me to use. And if you guys have watched my previous videos, or if you're one of my members and you've been on my member lives, you know that to me these are like the premium. Welcome, Louise. I'm here. We just started. You haven't missed anything. Don't worry. Welcome in. You relax, grab a coffee or a tea. I should have grabbed my tea. Next time we'll grab tea and we'll sit down and we can do all this together. So these are the paints that I use, and I consider these the premium paints for for the stained glass painting. Because again, the colors exist. We can still mix them if we want to, but their colors are vibrant and they're transparent and they're perfect. I do have other options again in the video where you can mix your colors, whether it's resin dyes or mica powders or glitter or any of those things with varnish and create your own kind of pigments. And then those work really well too. I do a lot of that as well. And I always end up finding a way to include that in these pieces because I do like adding glitter, obviously, in a lot of my pieces. So you'll probably see that at some point here as well. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Camry. I'm so glad you're here and welcome. I hope you enjoy the live stream. And like I said, I do have a lot of videos, so you are welcome to check those out as well if that helps. So, all right, so let's paint. And my members know that this is the hardest part. The hardest part for me is figuring out the colors that I want to use because, you know what, this is still in my way. Let's put you over here. Is that better? I want to put, I want to put this here, but yeah. Anyways, so yeah, so the hardest part for me is figuring out the colors. Now, like I said, I have done the dragonfly before, and I've used some iridescent paints. Today, I'm not going to do that because I want to do something different, and I want this piece to be as transparent as possible because a lot of times when you're using the mica powders, it's not going to be as transparent. It has more of an opaque look to it. So we're going to do something a little different today with that. Maybe. I don't know. Who knows? I might change my mind again. All right. So let me show you the paints. So what I have, this is very bright. Where's my other yellow? Okay. So for example, the flowers here, I'm going to be painting in a yellow, and I forgot the name of the flower. If you guys know the name of these flowers, they are typically flowers that dragonflies like, so that's why I included it here. So these are the paints I'm going to be using. So this is the brand is Pebeo. Can you guys read it from there? And it's Vitrail. Vitrail? I can never say the name. So keep going, Louise, for sure. I know practicing, it does take a long time to really get those perfect lines, but believe me, if you keep practicing, you'll get it. It's all about hand pressure. It's all about, that consistent hand pressure is going to give you those lines, and you'll, like I said, I have many years of practice. So, so that helps me out. Like, that's why I'm able to do it pretty effortlessly at this point. My hand knows what to do. I don't even have to think about it. But if you're new, it might take a little bit longer. So, again, so Pebeo, Vitrail, and again, you can see, can you see? It's not going to focus. It says transparent on here, and that's what you need when you're working with stained glass, if you want that transparent look. Again, Pebeo makes paints for ceramics and other things, and those paints are they may not be fully opaque, but they're definitely not as transparent as these. So you want to make sure you're getting the right paints for what we're creating. So today we're going to be doing this. The color I want, so this is what they call their yellow. You can see on the top here, and this is what they call their lemon, and you can see the difference in the colors. The color I want is in between, between these. So I'm going to be mixing these, and I'll show you guys how I'm going to do that. My nose is always itchy when I live stream, so just so you guys know, that's typical for me. I don't know why. It's not itchy any other time of the day, only when I'm in my studio and only when I'm live streaming. I don't know. So sorry if it bothers you, but hi, Anita. Welcome. Yes, you definitely can if you want to try. We've kind of gone through it a couple times. I do have, my website is here in the comments. If you wanted to get acrylics, already pre-outlined pieces that you can just paint, they're on my website. So feel free to go check those out. If you want to do it yourself and do the outlines and everything, I do have some videos on my website, sorry, on my YouTube channel that show what I use and how I do it and things like that. So feel free to check those out, and you can definitely hang out with us here and watch as we paint this piece. Very excited. It's a larger piece than I have been doing lately, so I'm really excited to get them going. So, all right, so I also have colors like this. So this is green gold. This is a color I want to be using for some of the greens on the piece today. I usually mix my green, sorry, I usually use many different greens depending on the look that I'm going for. So we do have a darker green. This one is chartreuse on here. And then I do have a bunch of other ones. So I probably will end up mixing colors in there. The middle of these flowers are normally a very dark brown. So, but I don't always use, so this is the brown. I think I have two. So I have this brown and this brown. So this one's just called brown. And this one is called amber brown. So again, quite a difference in the brown. So I might be mixing these as well to get my perfect color. I think I have pretty much every color in this line now. Like you can see, hold on. This is the tray I have of all the colors. So it's quite a bit of colors, but still not all the colors for someone like me who wants literally millions of colors to paint with. So we will mix our colors that we want. So we have those. So let's start with a flower, because I think that'll be easier while I think about what I want to do for the dragonfly. If you guys have suggestions of what you think you'd like to see for the dragonfly, let me know what colors I should do. Like I said, I have lots of greens, and I have some purples, some oranges. I can pretty much make any color that that we want to use. So let's turn this on. So again, we found that this helped you guys see the colors better when I'm painting. And we're going to start from the top and work our way kind of around. So, all right. So in terms of the brown, let's start with that. And I probably could be using a larger brush, but I'm not gonna, just because I really like, yes, I do. Hi, Patty. I know that's what I did too. I started off with so you'll see in the tray I have some of the small guys. These are the sample packs. So if you just want to start, they do sell them in sample, small, they're not samples, but smaller size bottles. So they do sell those in sets. So if you want to try out the paints in and don't want to commit to the large bottles because they do get pricey, you can do that first. But yeah, I'm in the same boat. I basically started out with those and then ended up buying pretty much every color. Even though I can mix the color, sometimes it's nice to be able to just grab the color you need and use it. So yeah, just but I am that type of person though. I am the type of person who will need every color of everything when it comes to art mediums. So that's not unusual for me. But Louise, I'm from the UK. It's 1900 here. What is that? 8 o'clock? 9 o'clock? 8 o'clock. No, 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock here. Do you ship here? Yes, I do. I ship a lot to the UK actually. So if you guys are looking for that, feel free. On my website, if you are wanting to order and ship to the UK, there is a listing for international shipping. You just have to find it. It might be a couple rows down. Just add that international shipping to your order. It'll bump up the shipping cost so that it covers shipping to the UK. So it's there. Perfect. Thanks, Anita. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Feel free. Like I said, there's a lot. I think I'm close to 200 videos now on my YouTube channel, so feel free to check them out. All right, let's mix some colors here. So I have my little container for mixing. I do. Like I said, I probably could use a larger brush. I might switch along the way if I feel like it, but I really like using these little brushes. This is my 00 brush. It's my favorite. I love using them, so I may start with that. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of a shake. We don't want to shake too much because then we're going to be adding too many bubbles into our paint. So let's do that. So this is the lighter brown. We might need 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 of them, so we might need a little bit more there. And then We'll add a touch of our darker brown. Perfect. Thanks, Louise. And I'm living dangerously here because I'm pouring these over the piece. I know I shouldn't be doing that. So there we go. So we just mixed those two colors here. And we just wanted to get a little bit of a darker brown. I didn't want anything too crazy, but something just in the middle of those two. So we have that. And I don't have any music, guys. I thought about it like literally a minute before I went live that I didn't have any music in the background, because normally I don't have it for our member lives because we're usually chatting it up. So feel free to ask questions so I can talk through the entire thing. And you'll also see a lot of the top of my head as we paint here, but and that's just how it is because my face needs to be really close to the art when I'm painting. So this is our color. You guys can see it? Yeah, you can see it through the light. So then we'll just go ahead and add that in. So it's a kind of, again, I forgot the name. I don't know if anybody said it in the chat, but I forgot the name of these flowers. I'm gonna have to look it up in a bit. But I do a little bit of research when I'm creating my designs to, you know, have the designs make a little bit of sense. That, you know, these type of flowers are flowers that dragonflies would normally want to kind of, or would exist in areas where dragonflies also exist. So there are a couple little bubbles there. They do normally self-pop with this paint. Like they'll find a way to normally, but not always. So I try to get rid of them. Oh, and I had a piece of fluff in there. So that's not helpful, but I got it. So there we go. So can you see the brown? So that's the brown. Yes. Yes, Anita, this is a light table. It's just a little light table. We found in my member lives that this made it a lot easier for you guys to see the colors that I'm painting, because without it, as you saw there, it just looks like nothing. Even with all the lamps I have in the room, I have like 3 lights on me right now, and it's still not that, you still can't really see the colors. So this shines the colors through. So yeah, it's a little light table. Cone flowers? Let me look. You know what? Now that it's on my mind, I'm not gonna remember. Okay. Flowers that dragonflies like. I'm so basic with my search. I think they're called Black Eye Susans. I think. So I went to one of these sites and I picked a flower that I liked. So cattails. I had this. The cattail is actually on the Suncatcher version of this. I didn't include it here. Yeah. So Black Eyed Susans is the name of this flower. So it has a really kind of oh, yay. Oh, hi. Oh, Ryu Moon's here too. Welcome, welcome. Yes, Black Eyed Susan said, yep, see, you guys got it. You guys got it. You got it before I even looked it up. But yes, it has a really cool center, because normally the centers of flowers are really flat, but this one has a really humped center, which is really cool. So I thought that would look neat in the piece as well. Perfect. Yay. Good job. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so we have that. Now let's do our, I probably could do all the centers, but I'm not going to do that just because I like doing each flower individually. Okay, so then what we'll do is, again, so those flowers, as you saw, they're in between these two colors. Like they're not bright yellow and they're not this dark yellow. They're somewhere in between. So we'll mix that as well. Mavani, welcome. I really enjoyed this method with Oh, thank you. I'm so glad that you like them. I'm really enjoying watching. Pretty, right, Louise? Aren't they so cool? I know, they're so cool. I really enjoy making these for you guys. So And like I said, if you join us in membership, we we get together, we have live streams, we talk about, you know, ideas for, you know, what you guys would like to see for sun catchers, because I did them as kind of a test period before Christmas, or right around Christmas, in the late fall, before, excuse me, before the end of the year. And you know, and I like asking you guys, you know, your input on what you'd like to see. So a lot of the designs that you're seeing right now, the latest, the 2024 designs that have just launched last week, were a lot of it was suggested by you guys, like my members and my Instagram followers and things like that. So if you want to join us in membership, you can be part of the conversation with that kind of stuff. And like I said, we have little paint parties and get together and chat and stuff in there as well about lots of different things. So there's that as well. Cheryl, hi Cheryl, welcome, welcome. So glad that you're here as well to join us. So yes, we're doing a little painting today. Did I turn off my light? Is it on? Oh wait, hold on. Oh, it lowered. So the cool thing about this too is you can actually change the brightness of it. So what I want to do, so we have our new color, and it's slightly off for this one. I think I want to shade with this. I want to add a little bit of gradient. So we're going to keep this one open. If you do use these paints and you're a little bit more sensitive to smells, work in a large space, potentially with a window slightly open, or if you have a fan, exhaust fan, it's not nearly as, you know, potent or anything or dangerous as resin, but it does sometimes have a bit of a smell. So if you are sensitive, I am a bit sensitive to it, but I don't want the fan running right now. But this space I'm in is pretty large, so I'm okay. But just so you know about these paints, that if you are a little sensitive to smells, to keep that in mind. And I keep turning it down. How am I doing that? Somehow I'm doing that. So we're going to go ahead and add our colors in here. So like I said, I know I have a lot of members in here today, and I recognize you guys. Anybody who's new, do you do resin art, or are you an artist in any other way, a crafter? If you are, what kind of work do you do? What do you create? Let me know so we can get to know you a little bit better as well. So I'm going to mix a little bit, I think. Let's see how this looks. Just to kind of give it a little bit of dimension. And again, this is something, you know, if you're feeling a little adventurous and you want to do this, obviously you can do a little bit of blending and mixing as well with your pieces. But I like having a little bit of dimension, you know, and it adds a little bit more interest. And again, this is, as much as this, a lot of my style is stained glass inspired, or it's even a lot of it's henna inspired, I do like having the flexibility of doing things like this, of adding that gradient to the piece, because I know for majority of the stained glass artists out there, you can't do a lot of blending or mixing because you're cutting the glass as it is, which is gorgeous. The majority of the time I've seen some amazing pieces, but I also like having the flexibility to add gradients. I have seen that there's a few out there, few stained glass artists that are able to do that. So obviously this is not the only way, but I'm a painter and I enjoy painting. So this is my way of doing it. Resin and upcycles. What do you upcycle? I love that. That's so cool. I see a lot of artists that are doing that now, and I think it's such a great way to reuse things and give something new life. So I'd love to hear what you're creating. So again, we get a little bit of bubbles here, but they're usually pretty easy to pop. I just kind of usually drag them around until we get rid of them. So, resin and rhinestones. Hey Cheryl, oh sorry, you missed the paint. So the paint I'm using today are Pebio's vitriol. Yeah. Anyways, here you can see the name. I don't know why every time I say it, I feel like I have to correct myself and I never get the name right. So anyway, this is a name. This, and again, look for the transparent if you're looking for the stained glass style. The other ones have different names, so if you get this name, you should be fine, but make sure you're looking for the transparent, because I think they have some that are not quite as transparent, so just kind of keep an eye on that. So this is Pebio's stained glass line. So that's what I'm using today, just to kind of keep things a little bit easier for the stream, in terms of not having to mix too much. Like I don't have to mix every single color, which I would have to do if I was doing one of the other methods, using one of the other mediums. Which again, if I have lots of time and I'm by myself and you know all that kind of stuff, it's I do enjoy that because I can really get into customizing my colors then. But for today, this works out really well. So just a touch of gradient here to my flowers. So rhinestones and resin and rhinestones, Deborah. So resin and rhinestones, is that like diamond painting, or is that something? Are you doing something else with rhinestones? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh. When I lean forward, my face is so big on the on the screen. I do acrylic pours and resin, everything I can. Oh, that's a great combination as well. The acrylic paint pours for sure. Mavani, mandalas, paint pouring, then resin. Retirement is a lovely thing. It sounds amazing. This is so awesome. Stuff I find at thrift yard sales and things being thrown out. But I got my first piece of actual furniture. Ooh, furniture. Oh my gosh. And I'm so excited about it. A rocking, oh my goodness, that sounds so amazing. If you have an Instagram account, feel free to post it in the chat. I'm sure, you know, many others besides me, but me especially, would love to see what you're doing with your upcycling. That sounds awesome. I love watching, woohoo! Yes, that's amazing, Mavani. Yes, Michael's will have the sample packs for good prices. So if you are looking to use the paints, they have the standards, the regular size bottles, the full size, and they have the sample size, and these usually come in a kit. And if you go to Michael's and you get their coupon, you can probably get it at the 40% off, 30 to 40% depending where you are. So excellent. But going back to this rocking chair, I love watching people who are able to restore older furniture and give it new life, either restoring it to what its original was or giving it a more modern twist. I love all of it. Love it, love it, love it. I don't do it myself. I'm not a person who loves to I mean, I could do it if I wanted to, but I'm not a person who likes sanding too much. And there's a lot of, you know, the stripping and the sanding and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Not really for me as much as I love watching other people do it. It's just not my thing. So, stained glass and glass mosaics. Dabble in resin. Oh, that's awesome. So you do actual raws, you do actual stained glass, like the cut glass. That's awesome. I love stained glass, obviously. It's been such an inspiration for a lot of what I do in my art. Crafter and like to try different things. I've been thinking about trying resin art, but this looks easier than pouring. So yeah, so it depends on what you want to create. Like resin has its things it could create that are gorgeous and beautiful, and you cannot find any other material that's going to give you the same effect. Like if you're pouring like resin coasters, getting that resin finish on top, there's nothing like it. So excuse me. So it does really depend on what it is you're trying to make out of it or create with it, or the finished look that you want from it. But like I said, I did work with resin for 3 years, 3 and a bit years, and I love everything I created with it. It's just not a medium that I'm going to be doing full time. I mean, not that I do this full time, but it's not going to be my main medium going forward. I really like this part of the process. And then, so a lot of my, like the last probably 6 months of when I was of last year, when I was really creating more videos. Was it last year or was it longer than that? Anyways, you'll see there was a point in time in my videos, if you've been watching them, that I was only using resin as kind of like creating a base, like doing a pour for the base. And then I would paint my designs like this on it, and then I would top coat it with resin. So that was whether I was making a tray or coasters or wall art or whatever I was making, that's what I was doing. And then I got to a point thinking, I'm really not using resin specifically for probably what a lot of people want resin to be used for, like pouring into molds and stuff, like, you know, shaped molds and things like that. So I was more interested in doing the painted outlines and doing all the painting part, but I love the stained glass look and I love the transparency that resin would give me. So that's why I've now moved towards acrylics. And in this case today, we're painting on glass itself. But so that's why I've changed. And the paint that I'm using doesn't need to be sealed. So you don't need to pour resin on top of this. You don't need to seal it. So that was another benefit as well. So if I don't need to use resin, I don't have to. But again, for those who want to use it, even the acrylic blanks that I was showing earlier, like these are the acrylic blanks that I'm making, that I'm actually hand painting the design on, and then you guys can buy them and fill them in how you like. For those who like using resin, you can still use resin on this if you wanted to, like to paint, to fill in. I don't personally recommend it. Again, and this goes back to a lot of my other discussions about resin prior to today, is that resin will yellow over time. So if you're creating pieces that you want to have around for a couple decades, chance, or, you know, a memorial piece or something that you want it to be around for a long time, it will start to yellow. And then you're going to lose some of the beauty of it. Some people like that things, you know, turn a bit amber or yellow over time, but I personally would prefer that it's to stay as close to the original as possible over time. So that's part of the reason why I don't use resin, but no one is saying you can't. Like, you can definitely put resin on this if you want to create your pieces. So I think I missed a bunch of messages while I was going on with that. So, okay, got all that. Crafting and like to try different things. I've been thinking about trying. Okay, yes. So, yeah, like I said, I like this process. Plus, I don't need to wear a respiratory mask, like my respirator chemical filtering mask, or gloves, or, you know, anything. I could just sit here and relax, have my podcast on, or have my YouTube on, you know, watching whatever, listening to someone else talk about things, and I can paint and I can relax, and I find it very stress-free. I actually find pouring resin slightly stressful, especially when you have a time limit on how quickly resin is going to start. Because I would use the 30-40 minute setting resin. So I always felt under pressure when I was creating, that I'm like, oh no, we're running out of time. It's going to start thickening. It's not going to do what I want it to do. And I was under stress, and I felt in that what it took away some of the enjoyment for me was that, you know, that rush. Here, look at me. I'm sitting here and I'm talking to you guys and I'm babbling. I'm just letting the paint sit, right? So, because it's not going to dry. It takes a while to dry, so we're fine. Okay, sorry. Let's go back. I'd love to see the rocking. Yeah, Anita, we want to see the rocking chair for sure. Definitely. Sanding isn't fun for me either. Yeah, like I said, I guess it's always good and the bad, right? Like if you really enjoy the craft, you'll deal with some of the things that you don't enjoy about it. Like I said, it's not a fun thing for me. Enough for me not to do it. So, thank you so much, April. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I don't have an Insta, but I do need to do something. People have been asking for me to post. Usually I just send pics around, but I want... Yeah, I mean, Cambry, the setting up an Instagram, especially if it's just more of a portfolio, is a great way to get that. If you're not worried about the algorithm and trying to, you know, really push and have the stress of that. I mean, obviously we all go through it, the ones of us who are on Instagram. But if you, honestly, I think it's great even just to have as a place to put your collection of all your photos or even videos of your pieces. So you can direct people there and say, hey, if you're interested in what I did, or someone asks you, like, I have a whole Instagram that has all that there. I think it's a great thing for that. I'm keeping the rocking chair. I'm doing that for my back enclosed deck. I don't have a lot of room for extra furniture. That's the well, I still think it's fantastic. And I think if people do start seeing what you can create, if you're into it and you want to start selling, I think that's a great way to do it. because I think people have really come around to wanting really unique pieces for their homes, or maybe they have a piece that needs to be refinished or fixed up or just changed or repainted or whatever it is, and they just don't know where to start. So I think it's a fantastic thing that you're doing. It's a fantastic craft. Like I said, I love watching other people do it. I do have a small little like trunk chest kind of thing that my daughter had when I actually just pulled it out yesterday. I was kind of organizing things upstairs. And my daughter had this little chest where she would put like her dresses in and stuff like that when they were little. They're not so little anymore. And my son needs one because he's still in that kind of a dress up age. So I was thinking hers is pink with fairies and things, and my son's not going to be into it. So I was thinking I could possibly repaint it, but it's not real wood. Like it's just some cheap like particle board type thing. So I think I'm just going to slap on some acrylic paint onto it just to, just to kind of recolorize it. I don't know what I'm going to paint. I'll ask him what he wants me to paint on it, but I think I might just do that. But that's probably as far as I go with refinishing furniture. I mean, I've definitely done things like reupholstered my seat covers for my dining room. Like I've done things like that, but actual stripping and painting of wood, not, I mean, like, 'cause I've done a bit of it when I was younger, and even in school, we kind of had like a woodworking class, and I found it interesting, but again, not enough to kind of continue with it over time. Yes, Patty, yeah. I don't like the pressure of resin either, but usually love the results. Anything I can get, use glitter on. You can use glitter on these, just so you know. Actually, I don't know if you were here when I was showing this, but hold on, let me turn this off for a second so you can see the glitter. So this has glitter in it. So again, it's another way of adding it. With this, again, I have a video that explains it fully, but I just use like the gloss varnish and I add glitter to it in a cup and I mix it, make it into a little bit of a glittery paint type thing. And yeah, so you can add glitter to these. So definitely, if you like glitter, it's not, I had to find a way to include it in the pieces I created. So that's how I did it. So there we go. So yes, Cambry, thank you. Yeah, I know. I figure like I said, because it's not an expensive piece, I'm not overly worried. Though my younger daughter did ask me recently if we could repaint her bedroom furniture. So that's a bit of a different situation. I would have to look into that because that's a more of an expensive set. Not like, I'm still not even 100% sure how good of a quality that set is, but it's one of those sets that have like, we bought these bedroom sets when the kids were babies or even before they were born, and and it has like, I don't know if it's a Victorian, but it has like a really ornate headboard with like flowers and things, and it's really pretty, and it's painted in like, I want to say like a Victorian. I'm gonna get my periods all wrong here, but a Victorian or Venetian kind of antique white kind of color, which is so pretty. But my daughter's like, well, she'd rather either be fully white, or because now she's redecorated her room, either fully white or completely change the color into something completely different. Whether it's, we patina it with different colors and make it really art. She's an artist too, so really artsy looking. So we haven't told her dad yet. It's a plan, but we'll see where, uh-oh, I did this wrong. Oh no. Okay, I'm going to show you guys how you fix a mistake. I used the wrong yellow here because I'm too busy chatting it with you guys. And I'm chatting it up, and so again, one of the reasons why I really like using paints instead of resin is I can mess up and then quickly still fix it. So again, I put the wrong yellow here. I put the dark yellow. Again, because I was just chatting. So I just pick it up and wipe off the excess onto my paper towel. Again, because we're putting another yellow here, I don't need to get 100% of it off, but just getting majority off, and then go back to the yellow. So let me just put this back on. So, and then I'm going to come back to the chat. But so yeah, so I'm not 100% sure for that bedroom set. It does have, it is painted. Like that's how it came from the manufacturer. So it's not a stain, like it's not real wood with stain, like it actually has like a paint on it. So I'm not sure if we're going to just paint over it or if we need to try to sand. I don't really want to strip the color off. I don't think that's going to be something that's going to work well on it. So I think if anything, we might just try to sand it down a bit just to give it a bit of a grit. And then we can paint over it, I think. I don't know. We'll see. When it's your own furniture, I think you feel like you can experiment a little bit more. But then obviously you have to be much more versed in how to do it properly if you're going to be selling. So I'm sure you have great advice because I don't know how to do any of that. I mean, I have basic understanding of things. Like I'm a pretty handy person, I believe. My dad made it so that I was a pretty handy person. But so I have a little bit of an understanding of most things, but to actually go in and, you know, take on a really big project like that, I'm not 100% sure. So, sorry, going back. Yes, you can. Patty, resin is great for glitter, but it can be hard. It floats. Okay, yeah, so we can talk about that too, the floating glitter. I was the first girl in my school to do woodwork back in 1972. Wow, that's amazing. I started using small glass pieces instead. Melanie, I wish I had been taking wood shop instead of home ec. Our school had both. Our school had home ec and woodworking, and I took both because I wanted to. So we were a little bit lucky that way. Patty, I learned the Duragloss trick from. Oh, okay, great. That's what I do with resin as well. I'm still looking forward to doing your sun catchers. Perfect. Looking, Pam, look into the chalk painting by Annie Sloan. Oh, you know what? I have seen that. Pam, good shout. I have seen people talk about that paint. That does sound like something we probably would want to look into. Thank you very much for reminding me of that. The boys have been doing home ec for years, and I didn't want to do sewing classes. Didn't like the teacher. Yeah, I'm still here, but quiet. But we'll be quiet. Need to get ready. Okay, no problem. No problem. No problem. Yeah. So in any case, I think it's fun. I think restoring furniture or just repainting furniture, or I'm going to do it again, is fun. Like you can just, it's like I said, if it's your own furniture and you know, if it doesn't turn out perfect, it's fine. You know, obviously you're not, I mean, unless it's going to bother you. But for me, I think as long as it looks good enough, I think it's fine. So let me finish this flowers, and then we can move on to another color because I'm sure this is probably not super exciting at the moment with me just doing one petal every like 10 minutes. So, but I love this. This is so fun to sit to chat and paint. For my members, we're actually trying to organize doing a live stream where we all kind of have our sun catchers or our pieces to paint, and then we sit down together on stream, like online, and you know, we can kind of paint together. I think we haven't been able to organize it quite yet. They've mostly been just watching me do things, but kind of like similar to this. I don't know why I'm getting a million bubbles right now here. A lot of little bubbles on here, unless it's something else. Something else? I'm just seeing little dots. I'm not sure what it is, but in any case, it'll be fine. Okay, go do your thing. All right, so we have that, and we'll just add this, and then we will move on to another section. And we will have more flowers to do, but again, we'll come back around to those. So these colors, the specific vitriol, I gotta figure out a name. What am I gonna call it? Vitriol, probably. it doesn't perfectly blend. So that's one thing you'll notice if you do use them. If you kind of work it, you can get it to slightly blend. I mean, actually, you probably could get it to perfectly blend, but I find you kind of have to work with it a little bit to kind of get it to look a little bit more of a smoother gradient. But I also don't mind sometimes when there's streaks, because sometimes that adds an effect as well. So, and I'll show you, I don't know if it's going to show, but I'll show you kind of what I mean. But actually when it dries, it tends to settle down quite a bit. So I did it in these ones. Oh no, once it dries, it kind of settles down. You can't really see it here, but when I did the flames, I actually didn't do a full blend. I just let it kind of do its own thing, because it was kind of fiery and flamey. So I just let it do its thing. So it didn't have to be a perfect blend. But as it dries, it does kind of settle itself as well. Oh, Sandy's painting with me. Yay. Okay, what else do we have going on here? April. I love working with resin. I actually find it, okay, great. I have been to all things dragons recently, having fun. That's amazing. Like I said, pouring into molds, like if you're, I'm not sure what type of pieces you're creating, but pouring into actual like shaped molds, I find that's fun, because you're kind of mixing your colors and you're pouring everything in, and it tends to be a bit of a quicker process. And then if you're doing multiples, then obviously you're doing your multiples. I was just finding it more tricky for certain other techniques. So for example, the flower techniques where you pour your resin and then you have to let it sit for a bit, and then you pour in your, I have a bunch of videos, tutorials on it, but you pour in the pigment and resin, and then you're shaping the flower with a paintbrush or a toothpick or whatever. I find those, you had to get the timing perfect, or it's not going to turn out exactly the way you anticipate. And I found that frustrating. So things like that, I tend to be, so, I mean, this is one right here. Like, this is one that I can't see it. This is one here that I created. And this actually has the druzy on the back that I created this piece. But this is a test piece I created. But creating this design, you could even, I don't know if you can tell, but you can see like it's not perfect. Like it's got kind of like some wiggly lines because it was already starting to set. And that kind of stuff drives me crazy. Like I'm not really good about getting the perfect timing on them, just because I'm always distracted by, oh wait, I didn't get this quite right. I need to change the color a little bit. I need to go do this. So that I was always like, a minute or 2 or 5 behind, and then things didn't set properly, and I hated having to redo it. So that's just a me thing though. If you're really good with your timing, which some people are, like the people who make some of these things are just perfect with their timing, so then it's not an issue for them at all. Into all things, yeah. Your stained glass I found very exciting, and I could just sit and chill while I was, that's what I love about it, Mavani, for sure. April, I love dragons too. I did the baby dragon for my grandsons and chameleon. That's so cool. Chameleon pigments. Really neat. Yay, Sandy's painting with me. Pebio makes glitter. Does it? Oh. I'd like to paint my molds with micas before. Yes. Yeah, actually, that's true. Actually, yeah. You get some really good effects when you paint your molds. That was not something, I did it a few times. It was not something I really got into too much, but I know that you get some really great effects when you paint your molds with mica. So, and I did not know about, are you talking about the actual paints with glitter? Because I haven't seen those. Maybe we don't have them here in Canada. I haven't seen them. I know that with the outliners, these things here, they have some with glitter. I don't personally like it, but I know they have. But I haven't seen the paint pots like these with the glitter. So that's interesting. If they do that, I'll keep my eye out for it. Okay, so we have that. Let's do our dragonfly. Why not? So we'll close up our paints for now. These guys will be okay for a while. The paint does take quite a while to dry, like overnight, so we're not in any real issue with them drying out on us here. So And I do tend to mix only a small amount. So this way, if I am mixing, custom mixing them, so this way, if I just need to make more, I can. So for the dragonfly, I think we're going to do, I don't know. Did you guys have suggestions for the dragonfly? I don't know. The flower blooms I got done right were given as gifts. Oh, I have a box of fails, or not really fails, but just ones that I never end up wanting to sell. The flower bloom. Oh, sorry. So Nadia, need more colors, especially after I get my next 2 orders. Any suggestion for places to order other than Michael's or Desserts? Desserts is out of stock. It's liquid and char. Oh, interesting, April. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on it. Most colors and can't get it on the Michaels for some reason. Joanne, I bought all of mine from Desserts. All of mine. The outliners I get from Michaels or Desserts, depends on, because sometimes Michaels has better price. But the actual, like these paints, not the kits. The kits you can get off Michaels, the small bottles, but the large full-size bottles, the only place I've been finding, well, I shouldn't say the only place because I haven't actually looked anywhere else. Desserts is my go-to for these. Only because I found that it was like they're pretty quick in shipping, and when I'm ordering, I tend to find that they have almost all the colors. I don't know if I did notice that there were a few colors sold out the last time I ordered, but generally speaking, I have been finding them there. So maybe they just need to get back in stock, because yeah, I do know that they did launch some new colors, so then maybe they're phasing out some of the older colors. I'm not really sure. But I found a chart online, like if you just Google the Pebeo vitriol colors, then you'll actually see a chart that has all the colors that they make in these, and then some say new, so you know some of them are new and that they probably will be coming, if they're not out of stock right now, they'll come back. I have a feeling that some of the colors, the new colors, are kind of similar to some of the older colors, which makes me feel like maybe they're going to be discontinuing some of the older colors. So I'm not sure, but that's where I've been going. Yeah, Pam, Joanne's in Canada, so that's why she was asking me about Michael's and Desserts. We don't have a lot of these craft stores here, so we're kind of limited in where we can get our craft supplies. So unfortunately, we only have a couple places. But yeah, I mean, if you're ever making a trip to the States or going through the States, maybe that's an option too, to maybe just grab some stuff from there, because like I said, I'm just buying from Desserts. I've been using the new line of pigments from, yes, Sandy, you mentioned the color art. I did look that up. So that is something a little different. I did look them up. They're based in California. So I did look those up as well. So I'm going to place an order and just probably get a couple of those and see how those work with what we're doing. I know you said they work really well with I think you said you mix them with the varnish. It's more of a dye, right? So you can just add that into your resin or the varnish, and it can actually mix and make your colors. So yeah, Sandy has mentioned that in a previous live before with members. So that's another option. Joanne, that's not in Canada, but I think you can order it to Canada. So that could be another thing that you could try. But I think Joanne's trying to go the Pebeo route. So, but sometimes we have to kind of do either. Like I said, if there's colors here that I don't have or I can't mix in from my, bin of colors here, then I will mix my own with using the resin dyes. So it's good to have options. So this way you can get the colors that you want and you don't feel like you're stuck with certain ones. They may, I can't remember if they ship. The thing is, like, there's a good chance they probably do ship. Unfortunately, in Canada here, we get so, like, just hosed with shipping from US to Canada, whether sometimes the places will ship for free, but then crossing the border, if they send through UPS or FedEx, we're screwed because they'll charge brokerage fees, they'll charge duties. There's like so many things that get charged. So something that costs, you know, $50, you'll pay another $50 in whether it's shipping or taxes or duties or brokerage fees or something. So a lot of times we have to be really careful because I think our import amount here as a person is only $60. So anything you order over $60, you're getting hit with all these fees. So sometimes it's not really worth it, but sometimes it is. So we kind of have to weigh our options with a lot of the stuff that we do with US shipping. So yeah, it's a it's a bit of a minefield with US shipping. But Patty, I love brushing on pigments. It's so much more, it is more controlled. Yeah, no, I hear you with that for sure. I think especially those who, again, even with I see people doing like the really detailed silicone molds with the resin, but they brush their mica onto the silicone mold and they fill in all the details with the dry brush with mica first, and then they pour. And I mean, again, that's a great way to get around the whole resin is going to start setting before you have a chance to finish doing all the details. You can do all that before without any resin and spend your time doing that. And then my brain just stopped. And then pour your resin on top. I was thinking about this dragonfly and then my brain stopped for a second. So I think what we're going to do for the dragonfly is we're going to use some greens and I am going to use some purples. I think. Last time when I did iridescent wings, actually kind of similar. Where'd my guy go? So kind of similar to how we did this here. Oh, wait, can't see it. So you can see on this one, this is mica powder mixed with gloss varnish. And we used Color Shift, Pam, Color Shift. We used Color Shift pigments for these to create the iridescent wings. So if you want that look, that's how we did it. We use Color Shift pigments. And if you're not sure what those are, they're like ghost pigments, or interference pigments. They have these brands, all the companies have different names, and they had different colors, and we just lightly mixed it, just a slight amount with the gloss varnish, and then painted the wings. So that's how we did the bees and the dragonflies before, but I want to pick some colors and actually do it differently this time. It's pure crushed color with a tiny bit of carrier. Okay, yeah, so it's definitely a pigment. It's a concentrated type pigment. Works with any gloss, varnish, in resin, acrylic, and jasmine. Oh, jasmonite too. Nice. Sweet. So that's an option too. I do want to get some, and I do want to, you know, have it to show you guys. So this way we can have a bigger discussion about it. Okay. And I got dust in here. Did I get it? I don't know. I can see the dust, but all right, let's just fill that back in. So again, I have some bubbles here, but sometimes I actually don't mind the bubbles. It's kind of like the whole thing we talk about with resin sometimes too. Sometimes, you know, some people are super particular about bubbles, and sometimes I think, I mean, as long as it's not like a major error where it looks terrible, but sometimes I think the bubbles just kind of add a little bit of character. And if you look at glass, a lot of times some glass will have bubbles in it too, so it's kind of that same feeling. But okay, so let's continue on. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to do some colors for this dragonfly. So I have this dark kind of a green, what is it called? Oh, this is called indigo blue. That's not the color I'm looking for. I have, this one's too, where's my dark one? Is that the one? That might have been the one. So I have this one here that's called turquoise. So it's kind of like a dark turquoise teal color. And I have some other greens. So maybe I will do, and then we want to do green. So I do have a bright green. So this is vivid green here. But I don't think I want to do the dragonfly all green because I want to do some of the background green as well. So I want to do some other colors. So let's pick a purple. We'll add some purple in there. And this is where you're going to see I'm going to have like every single color on my table. And what other color could we do? These are darker purples. Okay, we have a dark purple. Okay, so we'll do some purples and we'll see. Now, another thing you can know that you should know about using these colors. So you'll see there's some colors like this one here that, and this is the reason why, another reason why I like to paint the top of my containers, the lids, is you can see how transparent it is. So like you can see this one, it's very transparent, whereas you can see a color like this, it almost looks like it could be opaque if it's thick enough. And you know, that's something to know. Even though the bottle says transparent, sometimes the opacity of the paint is a little different. So if you find that it is too heavy or too thick for what you want, they do have, no, this is white. That's not the right one. They do have this. This is the lightning medium. So this you can actually use to thin out your paint. So now it does have more transparency to it. So that's another option as well. So let's start. I'm going to use this color for the body, I think. I'm going to go with this color. I'm going to be using these for the wings, I think. So that's kind of the plan, I think. And I'm going to show you something I'm going to do with these to kind of help with that. Again, give a really neat look to the wings as well. Oop. Oh, I know what's happening. The paint is causing it thinks it's pressing the, okay. Well, let's just not cover you then. I've been using the piggies from TLP. Their colors are gorgeous. What are those? Patty, what are the piggies? What are the piggies? All right, so let's do this. Okay, so this color, like I said, this is indigo blue. So we're going to use this just to kind of give ourselves a dark color for the body. I could probably mix it with another. I could probably like blend it. Yeah, I think I might. It's a little too blue. Let's pick another color. So let's pick Lagoon. So Lagoon and Emerald. Maybe we'll just go with Emerald, but just because we know it's green. They're very similar looking. I want to know the piggies, Patty. What are the piggies? I don't even know what time it is. What time is it? Oh my God, it's 3 o'clock already. Oh my goodness. Been here forever already. Sorry. Okay, let's get moving. So we'll do some green. And I'm going to do this. Okay, and then we'll mix it. We'll mix some of the indigo blue in here as well, just to give it a bit of a gradient. So you guys can see that, right? That's kind of a green. And then we have our blue, which we'll bring in. I don't know why I'm getting so many bubbles today. That's unusual. But and again, the great thing about doing these especially with the sun catchers, the acrylic pieces that I'm selling, is that you guys don't have to do the same colors. You guys can do any colors. If you wanted to have a dragonfly made out of pinks, you could 100% do that. It's your creative choice, right? So that's what's great. Oh, did I lose some of you guys? I don't know what's happening. You guys still here? Are you with me? Oh, I got a little bit on the dripped a little bit. I'm terrible with drips, just so you guys know. I almost always have to fix a drip somewhere. Okay, and then we'll do the same thing for the body here. If anybody's new and you want to say hi, feel free. If you're watching the video, if you're watching the live stream and you're not able to, I gotta mix this. It looks like it's a bit thin. Sorry, I'm over shaking it. Now it's gonna make it more bubbly. But if you do shake your paints, just give it. You don't do what I'm doing. You usually give yourself a little bit of time to let it settle back down and pop as many bubbles as possible. I should have pre-shook all my paints before, but I did not. So, Patty, I saw you commented. I'm going to come back to you in 1 second. But yes, if you're in the stream and you're not able to comment, you just need to be subscribed. So it doesn't cost anything. You just need to hit the subscribe button, and I think it has a 5-minute delay. So just hit the subscribe button and then hang out with us for a few minutes. And at some point, within 5 minutes or so, it will let you comment. So feel free. I think they do that just so that it kind of eliminates, bots and things like that, or discourages them. So get our blue in here. So again, that'll blend and hopefully give us kind of a neat looking body on this guy. There we go. Can you guys see that? Oh, you can, kind of. I think you guys, when we did this in a live stream, a member live stream recently, when I look at the playback here on my computer, it looks like the colors are just all blue, but I think you guys can kind of see it. When I watched when I went back and checked the actual live stream once it published to YouTube, I think the colors were fine. But in any case, just know it's green. I don't know if it's a camera thing or my computer. I'm not really sure. Patty, TLP stands for the little piggy. Ha! Okay. It's the name Cherie Carothers. She created the acrylic blooms with silk. Okay, and Cherie, I remember that name from Instagram. Came up with, I don't know why. Oh, okay. Oh, so she has her own line of, she has her own line? Or is it, I can't remember. So TLP stands for the little piggy. So it's like, it's a pigment line. Okay, sweet. I will look up that too. I love looking at paint, but see, here's the thing. As soon as I start liking one of them, guess what I'm going to end up doing? Buying the whole set, just like Joanne said earlier. It's such a problem, but okay, so we have that. And let's do our other color. So I think I want to do these other colors for the wings. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the color shift mica, because what we did learn in one of our, again, we test things in our member live streams. We do a lot of testing to kind of say, oh, let's try this, let's try that, and see if it works. So one thing that we did test, what color should I do? I feel like I should do purple. So one thing we did test is using the same paints that we're using today, with a tiny bit of the color shift mica powder, to see what we get. Am I gonna need, I think I might need, I don't know, I'll do a touch more. Oh no! Okay. There we go. And where did I put my, oh, here. So I'm going to be using So I have a couple different ones. In my member live stream, I showed some from Larissi. Larissi has some, I don't know what they are, but they have some really tiny ones. They're like really, really small ones because you don't need a lot. You just need like a touch of it. I have these ones from Daniel Baresi. Unfortunately, he doesn't have his resin supply shop anymore, so these are discontinued, but I still have them, so I'm still using them. This gives you an idea what it looks like. So they're white powder, white mica, but it has kind of a color in it. Sometimes it's pink, sometimes it's orange, blue, green. They have different ones. But so this one is called green, gold, red. It has a whole bunch of different shifting colors in it. So you just need a little and you put it in. And then when you mix, it's going to give a shimmer effect without, if you don't, like I said, you don't use a lot because we don't want to change the opacity of our paints, but we do, if we do want to do something a little bit unique and put a shimmer in our, I mean, you could do, we did test glitter recently as well, so that's another thing you could do. So if you don't have the color shift and you do want something shimmery, you can also just put glitter in your, I don't know if you guys can, I don't know how much you can see that, but so that is that. She does. She puts out like 10 to 13 new colors every year. Oh, sweet. That's exciting. So she must love colors as much as the rest of us if she's creating new colors. Okay, so again, I don't know if you're going to be able to see this on screen with you right now, but it does have a bit of a shimmer in there. Oh, okay. I thought I spilled, but I didn't. Okay, so we're going to do both of those sides here just to keep things moving. So that's another way that you can add dimension or just interest in your pigments or in your paints. So we did these tests to make sure that it didn't cause an issue for how the paint dries, and it worked out really well. It looked so pretty when it was done, so we did do that. I'm also going to add them down here. And again, I might not have mixed quite enough, but hopefully, maybe. We'll see. I don't like wasting the paint because it's so expensive, but so I try to make a pretty close amount to what I think I'm going to need. I think we're going to have just enough here. All right, so that's our purple. Again, it looks super blue on my screen, but let me know if it looks purple to you guys. Can you actually tell the difference that this is like a violet purple and this is emerald green and blue? Hope you guys can tell. So we have that, and then I'm going to do both of these. So this is the turquoise. Should I do turquoise or should I do, oh, I did it again. Come on, you can do it. Okay, turquoise, or I have this one. I think this one might be too bright. Cyan might be too bright. I also have cobalt blue, which could be kind of neat too. Well, I might end up using all of them. So let's mix up those colors. We'll add, there is also this one here with the red, purple, green. I don't know if I'm going to use this one. I might actually. So we'll do that as well. So, all right, so let's start with our green. Yes, Patty? Okay. Can you see the colors? Yes, can see the, oh, sweet. Okay, good. So it's just my, I guess it's just my computer monitor? Maybe. Very well could be. All right, so for this one, we're going to use the red, green, blue sorry, red, purple, green, blue one. So this one looks a bit more green. The other one has more of a pinkish tone to it. This one tints more, sorry, it shimmers more green. So we'll do that. And when you're mixing these, again, you're going to want to mix a little slower than what I'm mixing here because you don't want it to bubble up too much on you. I'm mixing faster than I should be, but but it gives a nice shimmer to the paint. So this is the green, so let's get that on there. See, this is where we need music. When I stop talking, it gets very quiet. But I'll have to look at that for another time. See what I can do about that. But so we have our green. This one doesn't, the shimmer doesn't show as much on it, but it is there. I should do more or not. Let's try this and see what happens. I can see the difference in the greens, blues, purples, fine. Okay, perfect. Yay. Kara, hello. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. What kind are you a crafter or an artist as well, Kara? Let us know where you're from and what you do. We like to get to know each other here a little bit. We have a lot of resin artists here because I'm more known for my resin art, but I have started to drift a little bit more towards stained glass painting, which has always been kind of a love of mine. But I did a lot of it with resin for a long time. Like actually I would just paint on resin in this style. And then I've decided that I should try it on other mediums as well, since we don't really need to do it with resin unless you're specifically wanting to do it that way. Okay, so we have our green there. Probably going to need to do green somewhere else too. How about here as well? I might need it in the bottom wings as well, but I'm gonna wait until I get the other colors and then I'll decide where I want to do it. So, Louise, I really like that green against the purple. It is really pretty together. Like these colors work really nicely together. So let's do the blue. So I have I have the turquoise and I also have this other blue, which I think all these colors will work really well together. So let's do the turquoise. Now this color is a little bit more dense, so we're going to add a little bit of that lightening medium I was telling you about earlier. So we'll use a little bit of this, just a few drops is really all I'm going to need for this specific color, because it's not overly opaque, but we want to lighten it a little bit. And then I'm going to add my colors into it as well, my color shift. So So I was thinking for the background, I wanted to do the olive greens. So I might have to rethink that. I mean, I think I'll still use them, but I'm going to have to see what other colors. Because I don't want the dragonfly to blend in too much to the background. All right, so we have this color. Should I do it here or here? I feel like here. So do that. Again, for some reason you don't see the, I mean, I think when it dries, you're gonna see the color shift mica more than when it's wet. I feel like it's gonna settle and then you'll see it a little bit more. Oh, we were gonna talk about the glitter. I wanted to mention that. So with resin and glitter, yes, some glitter will float a lot and others will not. I found that I really like using Larisse's glitter, and obviously if you guys have been following me, you'll have seen me talk about that like a million times. I find their glitters don't float that much, but I also find depending on the amount of glitter that you're actually putting into your resin. So I know that a lot of times people say don't add more than 10% or whatever it is, 15% of any additives into resin. I think when they're talking about that, they're talking more about things that are liquid into resin because it could change the chemical balance. But when it comes to things that are dry, like glitter doesn't have any liquid in it or any moisture in it. There's no real limit. So what I used to do when I would create, I don't have anything here with me right now, but whenever I would put glitter into any of my pieces, especially if I'm just doing a straight pour, like into a mold, I would pack it with glitter. Like it would be 30%, 40%, no, well, maybe not 40, but about 30, 35% of glitter going into the resin. And that just really it would cause the resin to become thicker because it was just so much glitter in it. But then you wouldn't have an issue with the glitter settling as much because there's just so much of it. Plus, I think if you're using a resin that takes longer to cure, like a slower curing resin, you give more time for the glitter to settle. The resin that I would use most was a 30-minute. It would start to set at 25 minutes. So really, by the time I finished pouring it, it was already starting to get ready to set. So the glitter didn't have a lot of time to like float down or settle down or whatever. So those are a couple tips that I have from when I was using it. But depending on what you're doing with it, it might be different. So just a thought. All right, let's do the blue. Carrie, I'm from Tennessee and have too many hobbies, but mostly sewing, jewelry, wire wrapping, knitting, and diamond painting. I have health issues and I'm home a lot, so I do what I can to feel up to enjoy it. All art. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear you're not, 100% health wise, but I'm glad that, well, I'm glad you're here with us today, Carrie. It's glad to have you in the chat, chatting up with us. So, but yes, art, I find it's so helpful for when you just need to get your mind on something else, not think about things, need a way to relax, de-stress, and just get away from whatever else is going on. Like whenever I'm having a bad day, because I don't get to spend as much time down here as I like, this is always going to be the place I come to feel better. So, Joanne, love the color combo. Yep, I need more colors. Louise, I pack my glitter in resin so it ends up as paste. I'm telling you, I think that's key. Because like I said, the resin will set even if you do that, just because it's not liquid. Liquid or moisture is what's going to affect how resin cures, because it doesn't dry, it cures. But glitter is not one of those things that's going to cause that issue. So I need to put some of that color down here as well, but I'm going to do the blue first to see how we're looking, because I might want to change the order in which the colors are in the bottom wings. So let's create our blue. All right, and I'm actually putting both of these color shift pigments into the last three colors, because I was finding that the just the one doesn't seem to be doing enough in terms of really adding a good shimmer to it. So I don't know, we'll just see how it looks, you know, once they dry. Like, I can kind of see it here. It's not overly obvious. Something cool that happens too when you add these mica powders, the color shift ones, into these paints, I'll show you, it does kind of a neat effect. I'll show you on another piece I created for my daughter. I created her a mushroom piece that I gave her for Christmas. Well, I made it for Christmas. She didn't get it till after Christmas, but it was part of her Christmas gift. So, so this is working, right? Like, the colors are, I mean, they're dragonfly-ish, I think. But so there we go. I think these are working out all right. And I have done the dragonfly before with silver outlines, but I wanted to try them this time with the copper, because I felt like, you know, it might look really nice. It pops. The colors would pop really nicely with this too. I learned a little trick for glitter. You can put a small squirt of clear Elmer's glue in the resin. It will thicken up and allow the heavier glitters to float. Really? I'm shocked that you can put glue into resin. I never heard that. That's really interesting. Or you can add a tiny drop. Oh, it's so funny. Kara said the same thing. And it will make the glitter float. Interesting. Very, very cool. You guys said the same thing. That's awesome that you both have heard the same thing. I've never heard that. Oh my gosh, Deborah. You guys are on the same wavelength. Look at you. All right, okay, so Danielle Cooper did it. Okay, so that's cool. He uses a lot of UV resin, so I would be interested if that's the same for one-to-one, but I know he does a lot of UV. Yes, it was Danielle. I just can't remember the name. You guys all saw the same video. Yep. Okay, so I think I'm going to mix up the wings for the next one down. So I'm going to do this color here. Blue, I didn't debubble it enough, but here we go. All right, so let's do this green. Oof. Here. You know what? I'm going to add more of the glitter because I don't feel like it's glittering enough, right? Or the mica powder. It's not shimmering enough for my liking right now. Let's do that. Okay. Yeah, I actually don't, I hear a lot of people, I'm in a bunch of resin groups on Facebook, and I know Daniel does a lot of really cool experiments. I believe he's doing mostly, I haven't watched a lot of it, or I don't know if I've watched any of his videos, to be honest, but because like I said, I haven't been in resin as much in the last while, but I do see people, I see him posting his experiments, and I see people trying them out as well. So I thought it was mostly UV, but maybe he is doing stuff with one-to-one as well. Okay, so I have that. We'll do, so I either can do blue here and here, and then the bright green at the bottom. I kind of want to do that. I think that's what I'm going to do. Right, blue and then the bright green, because we have the green, the bright green here, bright green here. We can have bright green there. It is actual? Okay, neat. So he is doing epoxy resin. Okay, I didn't know. Good to know. Yeah, like I said, I know he's been doing a lot of experiments lately, so so it's really neat that he's finding ways to do that. I'm very surprised though that epoxy resin is actually liking glue because it doesn't like a lot of stuff. And actually, my experience with it is that glue will cause epoxy resin to yellow even faster, or yellows, or the glue will yellow quicker within resin. I have one board. I don't know if I still have it somewhere. I have one board that I made that had glitter glue in it. So basically clear glue, that like school glue, clear glue that had glitter. I think it was a Deco Art brand. Like it wasn't Elmer's brand, but it was like a Deco Art brand or something. And it had glitter already mixed into the glue. Like it wasn't school glue, but it was like the crafters type glue. So maybe the glue is different. But, and I used that as, this is before I learned about, I had figured out using varnish with glitter and stuff to make my own. I just bought some, you know, Michael's, you know, pre-mixed glue, glitter thing. And I had painted my piece with it. And then I poured resin over top of the section on the board that I had done all this with, the decorative design with. And within like 6 months, I want to say, the parts where the glue were, the glitter glue were, went like amber, like not even yellow, like amber. I'm sure I can go look for it, maybe 1-to-1. Okay, let me see really quickly if I can find, because I want to show you guys what it did. Because I'm a little bit, since then, I've been a little concerned with using glue in resin, and I never tried mixing it though. Sorry, I have all this stuff here. Okay, I'm sorry, I had to go dig that out from wherever. All right, so here, I don't know if you guys can see it. It's going to be difficult on camera, but in this area here, if you can see how it reflects like amber, that's actually the glue. Everywhere that you see, I mean, it's reflecting because glitter, but everywhere that you can see amber is actually, I don't know if you guys can't really see it, but all the ambered areas is actually the glue, the glitter glue. The glitter itself is still sparkly and fine, but the glue that it was mixed in has completely ambered. So this piece, like you can see, like all this was, I can't remember how I did this. Maybe I was doing the DuraClear with glitter at this time, but this here was an actual like out of the bottle glitter glue. And this completely ambered while this didn't, right? Like that was my concern. And I never actually, after that happened, and it happened so fast, it happened within a few months because I hadn't even sold the board yet. It was before I was really selling, and by the time I was ready to start selling, this board had already yellowed. So I didn't sell it. So that's kind of like my concern with glue. And again, if you're just making, you know, small pieces, 'cause I know Daniel does a lot of things I've seen that he's made are a lot of times like jewelry or pendants or things like that. Right. So I'm not sure. Like I said, it's just the chemical makeup could be concerning, but again, that was my experience. I never really went back to using any type of glue. I went straight. That's why I started using the varnish. I don't use any kind of glue. So yeah, it's very true, Kara. It could just be the fact that it's a tiny amount. And again, like I said, I think he makes smaller pieces, and maybe his pieces are not things that, you know, people are concerned about the longevity of. But like I said, for me, like I said, these other type of things, it wasn't really ideal. Okay, so let's continue what we're doing here. Let's get this dragonfly done, and we can keep going. I know it's starting to get a little late. It's already 3:30. So let's keep going here, and then we'll do our green. Oop, do I have enough green? Let's see. somehow. Okay, and we'll probably do the eye. I'm thinking maybe the blue, the dark blue that we're using for the eye. So there, just enough green. All right, perfect. Let's close up all of our other ones. Yeah, no, I mean, it definitely something to test. And like I said, you test it, and then like anything else with resin, I think you test it and then you let it, you do your samples and you let it sit for a while and then you see if anything happens to it. I mean, that's all we can really do, right? Whenever we're experimenting, I love experimenting. I think it's a great thing to do because that's how we learn new techniques and things that work really well. So it's just, like I said, with resin, because we know it has the concern of yellowing, we obviously need to let it sit for a while and see what happens to it. So, but okay, so dragonfly is done. So let me have that. Let's do our mushrooms because, like I said, I'm sure at some point some of you. Awesome! I'm so glad you like it. Because I know as the time goes on, a lot of you are going to have to cut out. So let's do the next thing, which is the mushrooms. So we can do red mushrooms or we can do purple mushrooms. I'm kind of leaning towards purple, but you guys can let me know what you think. So in terms of colors, I have this purple here, which is kind of in the same realm of what we're using for colors there. Just keep in mind the flowers are all going to be yellow. So there's 4 flowers. They'll all be yellow, the same as this one. And yeah, we can do the red. I mean, I do have a darker red. So I do have this one, which is considered crimson. I do also have, this one might be nice. This one's called Old Pink. So it's actually a kind of a purplish red. There's also one here called, Pebio's names are really funny. I don't know. It's so funny sometimes. I don't think they match what we consider here. They are a French brand, so there could be some differences. But this is another color that is considered, they call it purple, but it's definitely more closer to a burgundy. Purple? Joanne says purple. Okay, we could do both. So maybe we do a purple and we do one of these. I don't know which one I want to do though. Let's see. If we do this purple, we could also do a darker purple as well because we also have, you guys are getting to see all the colors. Here I am promoting Pebio with all their colors. So we also have the violet. The violet is what we used. Oh no, we didn't use the violet. Violet is one we'll need to thin. But the violet's actually a really pretty color as well. It would go well with these. So maybe we do that. A red and white mushroom. Hello, who are you? Hello, hello. I can't read your name. BSVAN Wielden. Red mushroom. All right. Okay, we'll compromise. We're going to do a purple mushroom and we're going to do, you guys can't see the color. And we're going to do one that has like a reddish tone. So we'll do both. So I don't know. I'm not sure which one yet, but we'll do both. So we'll do the purple one here and the reddish one here. So this way we separate the purples a little bit and we have the red closer to the dragonfly. So you guys are getting a little bit of seeing of how my mind works, how I like to spread out the colors. Also put 1 drop of light blue, slightly tint in resin. Yeah, so yeah, Deborah, definitely. That's definitely something that we all advise is you put a little bit of either a blue or a purple pigment dye into your resin to help. So it's not slowing down the yellowing, it's just masking the yellowing. That's all it's doing. The resin will yellow regardless at the same speed it normally yellows. It's just going to, it kind of camouflages or masks how much it's actually yellowing. A lot of resin companies actually pre-tint their resin so that it already kind of has a blue tint, and again that helps. So that's definitely a trick that to use as well. So Like I said, it's not about whether or not the resin will yellow. It's like how long or how quickly it will take to yellow. Because again, if you're just creating things that are for short-term use, or you know someone's going to not usually keep after a couple years, you know, then sure, it doesn't really matter because it's probably not going to yellow in that time. But if it's something that you want to keep for a long period of time, like wall art or something, or the people who are making like the bouquets in resin and things like that, dried flowers in resin, those you want to be around for a long time, so you have to be a little more concerned. I like the pinks. Okay, so, all right, so let's do our purple guy. I think we have to thin him down a bit. Maybe we add some of the shimmer to these guys as well, just to kind of give them a little magic. All right, so I'm doing a lot of mixing today, more than my usual. I'm gonna reuse this cup just because we're not gonna use more of that other purple, and this is a close enough color. So let's add some of that in there. We're going to thin him down a bit. I lost my thinner. So again, we're gonna thin him down a little bit, just so that he's a bit more transparent, because that color is a little bit heavy. So, and then we're going to add we'll add a good couple doses of our color shift pigment and mica powder in here, so that we have a little bit of magic added. All right, good. So this is a really pretty color. It's a nice, vibrant, dark purple, dark violet. I know, it's so funny. My younger daughter is a purple person. She loves her purple ever since she was little. And I think every purple person that I've ever met, and I know a lot of them, have a very specific shade of purple that they believe is the right purple. A lot of them like this color, this really deep purple. Yeah, kind of like, I want to say it borderlines on indigo, but it's a nice deep purple. Like I said, my daughter, she has a few that she likes. I know lavender's in the mix, and then these darker purples are in her mix as well. But it's so funny because I know, like for me personally, I don't mind purple, but I tend to lean on the more reddish purple colors. But like I said, purple, people who really are like the purple connoisseurs, they really seem to like, they have very specific shades and hues that they like, which I guess could be true for most colors, but I feel like they're more adamant about the right purple. So there's that. All right, so we have our purple. And that looks pretty cool actually with that shimmer in there. Let's do our red top, and then we will do the undersides of our mushroom. Oh, I was going to show you guys the, oh, I was going to keep that open because I'm going to do the red. But I want to show you guys this mushroom piece I did for my daughter, because I wanted to show you what something cool that the color shift does with it. Oof. Okay, let's turn that off for a second. So here, this piece I made for my daughter. I think I posted on Instagram recently, so you might have seen it there. But if you can see here, it's kind of blurry, but if you can see there, you see how there's color shift in there, and it made this really interesting pattern, which I love. Like, I really like how it just added that element of something interesting to this piece. So it happened a little bit here. Can you guys see it? Oh, maybe you can see it better if I block it with my phone behind it. There you go. So you can kind of see that pattern, that kind of a neat thing that happened there. So it happened there, and you can see it happened here in the greens as well. So it's kind of gives you a little bit of an unexpected kind of texture, but yet it looks so cool. Again, it's unexpected, so if you want to make sure you know exactly what you're getting, maybe don't do it. But if you just want kind of a neat effect, it can do that sometimes. So unpredictable, but cool. Okay, so we have that. Let's do the red top. All right, so we can do the darker or the, you know what, I'm going to start with this one. Or maybe not. Nope, you know what, actually, I'm going to go with the, what Pebio calls purple, but it's actually more of a burgundy. They do have the, like I said, they do have the bright red as well, but I don't know if the bright red is within the theme of what I'm doing here. So let's try this. I might lighten this one as well because it's a little heavy. Like that. And again, we'll add a couple little brushfuls of, oh, that's pretty. Very, very pretty. So let me know what you guys think of this live stream. Is it interesting enough for you guys? I know we're just chatting and having a good time, but let me know, like, is this fun for you to kind of watch me paint and let us chat? And, you know, I can do this maybe a couple times a month, or life is kind of hectic right now, but, you know, then when things settle down, would this be something fun that you guys would like to do, you know, a couple times a month where we just, you know, I have a painting and we sit down and we chat and we have a, you know, a coffee or a tea or whatever it is that, you know, you guys enjoy, and just kind of talk about art and, you know, come up with color schemes and discuss new ideas. And, you know, those, like I said, those of you who want to talk about resin, we can talk about resin, even though I don't do it as much anymore. I do have a bunch of years of experience I'm happy to share with anybody. Or if you've watched any of my any specific videos of mine that you want, you know, if you want to ask some questions about, we can definitely discuss that here. We do a lot of this with our members as well, and we go much more in depth with a lot of things, but we can definitely touch on things here on the public live streams as well. You know, so like I said, I thought it would be kind of fun because I'm painting anyway. I'm going to be here sitting in my studio painting, and I thought, why not bring you guys along so that we can do this together. Oh, you can't see the red, but it's quite dark, but it looks pretty neat. So hopefully once it dries, it will lighten up a bit. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully once that dries, it will lighten up a little bit. It's a little, maybe I put too much, so it's a little heavy. You can definitely, the thinner you put the paint, the more transparent it is. So I might have just put a bit too much there. So this way now it's not showing the colors as much. But so again, we're just removing it a little bit and putting it on a paper towel to kind of absorb. So there we go. That might be a little better. And it does pool, just like paint normally would do, it pools towards the edges, but that kind of gives a cool and interesting look as well. So we have our red. Now for our oh, this is awesome. Okay, great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Patty. Okay, BSVANWEELDEN. Let us know your name. Because I like to be able to, I mean, I'm not always, my memory is the worst, but at least we can try to remember your name. Because I don't know what to call you. Is that your actual name? And if so, how do you, oh wait, hold on. It must be initials. B as Van Wielden. Okay, so do you have a name that you want to be called? Because we'd love to include you as well. Is it glass or plexiglass? So this piece I'm working on today is glass. It's actually going into a frame. I do have, a lot of the work that I do is plexiglass or acrylic. And as I, so like for example, I have these on my website. So if you're looking to have pieces that you can just paint, the outlines are already done. I've hand painted the outlines on these pieces, and then you can paint them with glass paints or other paints I do a video where I give my recommendations on what paints to use to create, you know, something like this. So we have, this is what you would receive, and then you could create, you know, you paint it any colors you like, but this is an example of how it can look when it's done. So these are acrylic. So these are acrylic. You can get the holes. An option when you buy them is that you can get the holes drilled, and I will drill them for you. So now you can hang them. Or I did show earlier that there is a display stand that I found online. So you can, you know, if you just rather sit it up near a window or anywhere else, you can just take your piece and you set it inside. This piece still has the paper on it, and then you can display it. So you have those options on the website as well if you wanted to consider that. So Bryce and Susan. Oh, okay. So it's initials for both of you. Okay, wonderful. Welcome, welcome to the stream. Pam, it's okay. No worries, Pam. Believe we're happy to have you back. So we have two Pams in the stream today, I believe. Right? So welcome, Pam. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. So Bryce and Susan. So is it both of you watching right now, or is it just one of you watching right now? Okay, so we have our, okay, so for the white, now I do have white. Before I was mixing white, and I'm actually going to use a new brush for the white because the white will pick up other things. So I do have a white now. Before I was just mixing the gloss varnish with either glitter or just the resin pigment for white, but, or should I just do glitter? Okay, vote. Should I, for the dots in the mushrooms, would you guys like to see it as just white, which I did for the cardinal? I'll show you guys what that looks like. So this is what white, the Pebeo white looks like for the cardinal here. Or I don't know if I have an example of what I want to do for the white. Or I could do a shimmery white for the dots. So is this it? Maybe this one shows it. Oh, so here, this is one of my Christmas ones. I could do the shimmer in the mushrooms, so something like this. So you guys vote, let me know. Glitter. Joanne says glitter. All right, what do you guys say? I also have this one here. This is tinted blue, but I can also just use this, just with a little bit of, maybe a little bit of the white, or just clear. But okay, I will. Just me watching. Call me Sue or Hey You. All right. Like I said, if I don't remember, I will say Hey You. But I'll try to remember Sue. So welcome. I'm so glad you could join us here. Do I have white glitter? I do have white glitter. I mean, white glitter is generally iridescent glitter, but yeah. Okay, glitter. Okay, all my glitter people are here with me today. White on underside, glitter for polka dots. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do something else for the underside. I'm specifically asking about the dots right now. So let me grab some glitter. All right, so let's see. I have lots of glitter, as you guys know. Oh my gosh. Okay. And let's say this one. The other one. Okay, so I got 3 that we can consider. So there's 3 that I have here. Okay, so I'm going to show you where did that one go? My Christmas one. Okay, so I think I did both. No, I didn't. Okay. Okay, so this one here, let's take this off for a second. Okay, so this is an angel. I don't know if you can see it, but that's an angel piece I did. So the glitter on here is just glitter, white glitter in the varnish. So that is this glitter here. Now this is Paradise Glitter, beautiful glitter. if you guys are just looking for something that, you know how most iridescent glitter shines, like it'll kind of reflect kind of golden. This one doesn't do that. And that's what I really like about this one is it doesn't kind of flash with golden, excuse me, golden colors. It actually flashes in rainbows. So I really like that. That's what I used also on this one here, but I tinted it slightly blue. But you can see it doesn't flash yellow. It flashes color or white. So that one I really like. Another option is this one here. Now this again is not something you guys can find because the company isn't around anymore. But this is the Druzy. You can see it on my hand. It's like, it's basically like mica, but it's gonna fly everywhere. But hasn't been finely ground, so it's kind of got like a crystal-y kind of look to it. This one's beautiful, but oh my gosh, so messy because it literally flies everywhere. And then the last one I have is the Larissy, and this is just the shards. So I know which one I think I want to do. May Spring's Dazzling Diamonds. Yes, I have them as well. Actually, that's very similar to the other one I just showed you. Where'd it go? Here. So this one, so actually, May Spring actually showed, oh, uh-oh. I just got it all over. I'm going to have to clear that up before I continue painting. I'll get a cloth in a second. So this one actually, you can see that May Spring actually calls it a synthetic mica. So it's not a real mica, but it's the same. It's actually very similar to that one I just showed you, the Druzy. But this one's been more finely ground up. So same idea. So both that would work too. So we can use that one as well. But yeah, same thing. It flies like it flies around. Whew, and then it gets everywhere, which like I said, I love the look, but it just, it causes chaos sometimes. So it's okay. We'll have glitter in everything. That's fine. That's how it goes. So let me know, what did you guys want to do? Oh no. Oh no. I touched the red. Oh no. Okay, there we go. All fixed, never happened. Okay. Anyway, it's fine. But how do you do the shimmer? I'm going to show you, Pam. We will do, so like I said, we have so any of those options. I'm going to, I think, just for my own sanity right now, because I think I'm going to get everywhere else, I'll do the, I'm going to do the glitter. This one doesn't float as much, so we should be okay. Okay, so for those of you who haven't seen me use the gloss varnish yet, let's do that one now. So I'm using a different brush for this as well because it's a different type. So gloss varnish is a water-based, while the Pebeo paints are not. They are, what's the word I'm looking for? It's on the tip of my tongue and I forgot. But anyway, it's not water-based. You actually, those are, it's a different chemical mix. So, all right. So we're just going to, yep. I know my family, actually one of the main reasons why my husband made this studio for me was because when I used to do my painting upstairs, I would get glitter everywhere. So he was like, okay, enough. You can go to the basement, have a nice studio, and never bring glitter up here again. But yet it does track, you know, it tracks up there with me because it's usually on my clothes or something. So you'll see I put some gloss varnish. I'll show you with the gloss varnish in a second. And I'm putting glitter in it to mix. So this is the varnish. If you're unfamiliar, this is the varnish that I use. So I just put some at the bottom and I just threw a bunch of glitter in there. And then you mix it up and you basically make yourself a glitter paint. So I might add some more. No, maybe a little bit more glitter, just to kind of make it a little bit more solid. So this way, when it dries, we don't have any gaps in the glitter. So here we go. So there we go. So can you see what that looks like? Having the light on may not be beneficial for this particular point, but let's try. So this, we're just going to go ahead and put that on. Is that, can you see? Or maybe if I do this, is it better? I don't know, it's white, so I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see it very clearly, but you can let me know if one way is better or the other. But we're just going to have a little magic on our mushrooms here. All right, so do that. And the Duraclear, as I was saying, the Duraclear gloss varnish is water-based. So you can just, oh, sorry. This is solvent-based, the paints. That's the word I was looking for. It pops up in my head when I'm least expecting it. So solvent-based, you'll need a solvent to clean it, or a solvent cleaner to clean it. And then this, the Duraclear is water-based, but it's still a varnish, and it's still, the company says it's fine for indoor and outdoor use. So I know a lot of people have been asking about indoor-outdoor use with the sun catchers. So all the paints that I have recommended in my video, the 3 options, including these Pebeo paints, are all supposed to be fine for indoor and outdoor. Oh, okay. I will take it off. So there you go, you can see it. Hi, Jane. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Let us know. Welcome to the stream. Say hi to everybody. Everyone say hi to Jane. And let us know where you're located. We're all kind of getting to know each other here. I have some people in the chat who are members, so they already know each other, but we're always happy to meet new people. It actually shows better. Okay, so I did the light. You could add white paint to the glitter mixture. Yes, you could. Well, not the Pebeo. So if you were going to do this, if you were going to do the gloss varnish, you'll want to use, I mean, what I would recommend is using the either mica powder to make it, to give it a bit of color if you want a bit more of a white to it, or the resin dyes, which I have here. Sorry, my cabinets are empty right now, not fully full right now because I'm reorganizing my studio. But so this is the other, you saw me use some mica powder, the color shift, and you saw me use these paints. The other thing you can use are these resin dyes. So these are Let's Resin. So like they're literally, the name is resin dye. Now, not all, Let's Resin has a whole bunch of different colorants and dyes. Not all of them work with the gloss varnish because again, the gloss varnish is water-based. These work with water-based. It also works with resin, but it also works with this. Not all of their dyes work with, like it probably works with resin because resin is more solvent-based anyway, but not all of it works with the gloss varnish. So I know this one does, so this is the one I recommend. And it does have a white. Right, so it does have a white dye. So if you wanted to tint your gloss varnish white, I would recommend these. If you, or like I said, or mica powder. I haven't really, I mean, you could definitely do a little bit of acrylic paint too. I haven't really done a whole lot with acrylic paint with these, just because again, I'm looking for that translucent, transparent look, and acrylic paint can get opaque super fast. So. Oh, welcome, Jane. Thank you so much from Wisconsin. I'm so glad you enjoy the channel. Pam's in Texas. Pam was going through some crazy weather last week or a couple weeks ago with the storms that we're going through. I hope you're doing well now, Pam, as well with all that. I'm sure Wisconsin had some crazy weather, just in general, because I know their weather is probably similar to what we're getting here in Canada. So hope you guys are all doing well with everything that's going on. Okay, so we got our glitter in. Actually, maybe I can actually lift this and show you guys what we got going on. So we have that. Oh, hold on, you know what? Is this gonna have? Oh, there we go. You guys can actually see some of the colors a little better now, I think. You can see that red and the purple there in our glitter going on. So we have that. I have to remember that this is actually glass and not acrylic because I'm so used to just plopping the acrylic down and I can't do that with the glass. So, all right, so we have that. Now let's go to, okay, you guys are gonna stay up there. Okay, so we'll go to the bottom of the mushrooms next. So I think, I'm trying to remember what we do for the bottom. So the bottom, we're gonna go with, so I have this color here, which is called Sand. So it's kind of a light color. It's beautiful today, almost 70 degrees. Oh, that's amazing. You're very welcome, Kara. I have no problem. Okay, so so the white, I should explain as well. The Pebeo white says transparent, but it's not. Because as I was showing you on that, you can see on the Blue Jay, I mean, you can kind of see my finger, here, but it's pretty opaque. So even though it says transparent, it's actually a pretty solid white. So keep that in mind. I think what I'm going to do is add a little bit of white to this, to the sand to give us the color we're going to use at the bottom of the mushroom. The underneath can be a little bit darker and the stem is going to be a little bit lighter with some shading. So I think I ran out of cups. Oops. Did I run out of cups? No, I got a few here. Yeah, I got a few. I got paper ones here. So let's do that. So we have our sands color. Uh-oh. Desk is getting too full of things. Okay, let's a little extra there. And then I'm going to add a couple drops. Okay, I'll show you in 1 second, Sue. Okay, so this I'm going to try to, I put too much, but we'll try and see. So I added a little bit of the white. Let's see what that does. And it's still pretty dark for what I want. So we'll lighten it, I guess, with this. And we're going to add a little bit more white. Let's see what we get. So the outlines are done with these. What do you use for the outlines that Pebeo in a tube? So this is the brand Pebeo. Can you see it? I want to make sure it's in focus. So the brand is Pebeo and it's Serenade Relief. So this is their acrylic outliner that's meant for stained glass. They do have others with slightly different names, and those are for ceramics. Any of the ceramic ones, like ceramic or glass, not stained glass, but the ceramic, there's like the Vitria 360, and then there's the porcelain. Those ones, I think it's 360 or 160. Those ones you need to bake. They're meant to go on ceramics or glass, and they need to actually be baked before you can, before they set, because those are meant to be able to be washed, like hand washed or dishwasher or whatever. Which paint? This stained glass paint that we're using, like the colors, I generally, so it's at least overnight for it to dry so that you can kind of like touch it, like it's not moving anymore, it's kind of set. But I give it 2 days. 2 days so that, because even after 24 hours, it tends to still feel a little bit, I don't want to say tacky, but it has like a touch to it. Whereas if you leave it for 2 days, then it has that fully like, it feels like glass, like it feels solid. So I'm going to try this color. I'm not 100% happy with whatever this color is I created, but let's see. I'm going to try it with the light off first because I want to see the actual color. Yeah, I'm not really sure I like it. Kind of looks muddy and I'm not sure I like that. So I'm probably going to take that off. And I think I am going to end up mixing a resin dye. So you guys will end up seeing me do resin dyes. So that's what I'm saying. Like, because I'm so particular about colors, you know, I generally don't just stick with one medium when I'm doing these. I will just use whatever I can to find the right color for what I want on these, right? So let's remove that. And because I'm going to be switching to the gloss varnish, I need to make sure I get as much of this paint off as possible because they will not blend or like each other very much. So we'll get rid of that. Guys, let me know how are there a lot of ads on this live stream today? Like I said, I don't know. I know with the member ones, they do happen sometimes, but I'm not sure how they are with these full public ones. So let me know. Okay, so we got that. Okay, so let's do some with gloss varnish because I had a color I liked better when I was using the gloss varnish. Let's grab that. Let's put some of my colors away. I just keep leaving everything out and it's just taking up all the space on my desk. So we don't want that. Okay, so for here we have some brown. So we have a coffee brown in the resin dye, and we have there's another brown, it's a darker one, I think. And, hello. I know there's another one. Oh, no. Oh, here, caramel. So there's these two colors here. A few have popped up. Okay. Yes, it should read. A lot of ads? Oh no. Okay, I will have to look at that. Sorry guys, I'm sorry there's a lot of ads. I'll have to look at the settings on that again. YouTube's been a little crazy with the ads lately, so I'll have to look at that. I understand that too. If I can't find the right color, I will always fall back on acrylic. I haven't noticed any ads. Oh, all right. So it's a mix. Okay, so for the resin dyes, they have these two browns. I have the 24 pack, I believe, of colors. So they have caramel and coffee. So I believe the caramel is lighter and the coffee is, well, it looks like it from the packaging, but so we're just going to put some in here, and then we're going to add the caramel. And again, I'll have to grab the brush we were using for glitter. Get rid of all the glitter. Oh gosh, okay. So we will see if this color here, and it's a little bit better of a color. And show you guys the color we got here. So, oh, you can't see that. Okay, so I have, it's a little too yellow, I think. Yeah, so we'll add a bit more of the brown. Sorry, the coffee. So, do we ever use? No, no ads. Oh, so it is it's a quite a mix of ads and no ads. Interesting. Do I ever use glue? No, Jane, we discussed this a little earlier in the stream. I personally don't use glue. I've had bad experiences with glue. Well, I guess I should say I had bad experiences with glue when I used to do this technique with resin. Since then, I've kind of steered clear of glue in general, and a lot of the pieces that I'm creating, I'm not top coating. So, so if it was glue, there's a lot of times glue is not temperature resistant or weather resistant. Some people are using their sun catchers or these pieces that we're creating and they're using them outside or in windows where the temperature could change and things like that. So I personally don't use glue. I stick with varnish or actual glass paints. Like that's my recommendation for that. Okay, so let's try this and see if this is any better. And I did get glitter in my paint, so that's going to be a little bit of a challenge now. So this color is closer to what I want, though I still don't know if it's perfect, but I think we will do that for now. And I'm going to make a slightly darker version as well because I want to, again, blend it. So this is the darker one. It doesn't look like much on you. I can see it doesn't look like much on the computer, but hopefully. So you guys see that? So that's the kind of the coloring. Actually, it looks better. The light colors look better without the light, and the dark colors look better with the light. So, so we'll do it this way for now, for just the undersides of these guys. So it's kind of like a light, not even a coffee color. Like it's not a, it's like a cappuccino, cafe au lait color, but just to kind of have a little bit of a brownish tint. I know some people like making their stems completely white. I think I'm not a huge mushroom person myself. My daughter is, but I think normally it's a little bit more of a brown underneath. I'll go back and listen when we end. Thank you for answering. No problem. Like I said, our discussion earlier, Jane, was about glue, my experience with glue with resin. So it may not completely apply now with the gloss, with pigments when you're just painting. But like I said, I would be a little bit concerned about the weatherproofing of it or the longevity. I don't know, especially because I'm using acrylics. If anybody else has experience with this, you can definitely chime in the chat. I personally don't have a lot of experience with glue on glass or glue on acrylic, but my assumption would be that it would peel over time. Like the glue would start to contract and peel over time. And then, so it wouldn't stay long. It wouldn't have like a long life where it would kind of stay consistent with how it looks when you first paint it. That would be my guess. And that would probably would be the thing that deters me from using it. Though there may be special glues out there, glue type materials, maybe like Mod Podge. I don't use Mod Podge either, but I kind of consider Mod Podge kind of like a glue. So maybe that has properties in it that will allow it to, that it would be able to withstand a lot more. I don't know, personally. But so if anybody else has experience with that, feel free to discuss it as well, because that's what we're here for. We're learning from each other. So that's how it's looking without the light on, and then with the light on, it's a much lighter, so you can see both. I'm going to turn the light back on after we're done the bottom of the mushrooms, because we'll go back to other colors. But so like I said, I just mixed. So this first color here is the gloss varnish, just mixed with mostly caramel with a couple drops of coffee in it. And then the darker color is the same mix, but then I added more of the coffee, the darker color in it, so that we can do a bit of shading here. But so, can you guys believe that we're at the end of January? Like, I'm mind boggled with how fast time is going. Like the year literally just started. How many of us said at the beginning of the stream that we're still just getting into things now after Christmas? Like we're finally feeling like things are settling down enough after Christmas to start doing art again or start doing things again. Like it's crazy that it took, till the end of November, or sorry, the end of January to feel like we're here, and time is just flying by. So blending the browns was really good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I do like this. I think, like I said, I really like blending because it gives us a little bit more depth especially when one specific color may not really give you that look that you're going for. I do like having the option to blend as well. So, but yeah, so we'll get that done. We'll do the same colors on the stems as well, just to kind of keep it a little bit consistent, because generally the undersides are usually a little darker, but we'll do that. I think you can add a little bit more of the darkness to underneath here to kind of compensate for that, actually. Yep, so get our nice shading done there. Perfect. Okay, so let's do the same thing here. We'll get some of our browns on here. So we'll keep the top of the stems a little bit lighter, and then we'll do a bit of shading towards the bottom. And also, or actually no, we'll do the opposite. We'll do a bit of shading at the top of the stem, since that's going to technically be under the mushroom cap, right? So those will probably look a bit darker normally, and then it gets a little lighter as we get to the bottom. So let's just do this first. We'll fill it in, and then we'll do that. Time is flying by, I know. Yeah, this is indeed flying. Time is indeed flying by. So pretty. Thanks for sharing. It's great to watch the blending. Okay, I'm glad you guys like that, because I mean, ooh, ugh, I still have fluff in there. I still found some fluff in my paint. It's not going to be perfect, but it'll be good. Yeah, I know I swear, it's a lot. The time is going by so fast. It feels like there's just so much going on, and a lot of, like, my members who are here, they know that I've been on a mission to get more sleep. Because for after the pandemic, during the pandemic and then afterwards, I got into a really bad habit of just staying up late, and because the kids were like online learning and didn't have to go anywhere, so I was just you know, spending my time in my studio, and I really was into resin. So I was pouring at night, and I was just doing all my art at night. And then, and then, you know, 2.5 years later, 2 years later, my body's like, what are you doing? What's wrong with you? I mean, I've always been a night owl, but I was maybe getting 4 hours of sleep for a long time when I was really into it. And then my body was like, yeah, no, you're not, you're not, thank you, Tina. You're not built for this anymore. This age thing is creeping up, so it's not ideal for you to be only getting 4 hours of sleep. So I've been on a mission the past year to kind of get myself on a better sleeping, you know, schedule. My kids have been kind of holding me to it, and my husband and everybody has been holding me to it. So I I get a lot less time in my studio currently because of that, and I can't say I'm thrilled about it, but at the same time, I do feel better sleep wise. Like I don't feel like I'm falling asleep in the middle of the afternoon anymore, which is important. So yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle, but like I said, I do find though that I don't feel like I'm accomplishing as much as I used to. Obviously, because I used to get 20 hours out of a 24-hour day. Now I'm only getting the typical normal amount of hours that you're supposed to get. So, you know, so it's a little frustrating when you feel like there's so much you want to get done and you just don't, and then time is flying by and you're like, oh my gosh, you know. And I know some of you guys that are here are retired, and you know, you have a little bit. I mean, I don't even know if you feel like you have more time or less, because my mom is retired too, and I swear she says that she feels busier than when she was working and with kids. But I know like life is busy. Life is busy with kids for me right now, and I love it. Like I love every minute I spend with them, and I try to prioritize everything that they have going on. So if it means I have less time in the studio, that is what it is. But I do miss it. I do miss being in the studio like every night. But hopefully, you know, hopefully we'll figure things out and then I can get back in here more. But this makes it a lot more fun for me actually to even be in here and have you guys here with me. Like this is a lot of fun as well. So there. So there we go. So we have our shaded mushrooms. What do you guys think? Does that look good? I kind of like it. Like I said, it looks completely different when it's lit up, but I still think that looks really good. So there we go. So we got our browns. So there we go. What time is it? Oh my gosh, 4:30. Okay, so it's been almost 3 hours. I'm going to continue painting. I mean, I would love for any of you who want to continue to stay and chat with me. You're definitely welcome to do that. I probably will be here for a little bit more to... I'm going to do, you know, the flowers and things. We're going to fill in. A lot of it's going to be similar now because you've seen, you know, how I did the flowers there. We're going to do the rest of the flowers. And then there's going to be a lot, the rest of it is a lot of greenery. So, like I said, you're welcome to stay and hang out with me. But if you have to go, I completely understand because it's been 3 hours. So if you do need to go, you're welcome to just, you know, let us know that you have to go, and we will thank you for being here. And let me know, like I said, those of you who did let me know that you like the stream, thank you very much. Anybody who hasn't been to a live stream before here and you enjoy this, let me know that you enjoy it, so then I know that this is something that you guys want me to do again at some point in time. I'll try to bring you really interesting designs that maybe you're not seeing on anywhere else on any of my other socials. So this way we can have some little extra fun, some extra unique things going on here. And like I said, if you really enjoy these a lot and you want to be part of the conversation even more, definitely join me in membership, because we do this as well. And we go even more in depth to other techniques, other things that we can do, you know, other pieces that I've created and how those were done. Like we go into a lot more depth. We do a lot of experiments, come up with ideas, try them out, see how they work. So we do that kind of stuff as well. So feel free if you like to join us in membership for that as well. But otherwise, you know, we can still do this on the public live streams where we can just hang out, chat, come up with something really pretty, do some painting, and just have some fun. So, and like I said, those of you who are just joining or who didn't hear me earlier talk about the pre-painted sun catchers I have some that are they're just outlines. They're acrylic. This is glass today, but we have acrylic, and I've already painted the outlines. And if you just want to not have to worry about painting outlines, you just want to do this, the relaxing fun part of painting, which is what we're doing today. I do have these available on my website. I do have many different designs. I just added 5 more designs actually last week, including this dragon. You can't see him when, but yeah, so this dragon was just he's a limited edition. One that I'm doing for the Year of the Dragon. I am a Year of the Dragon. So I wanted to do a really special one. It is limited time. And again, it just has the outlines. You can paint it any colors you like. This is just the colors I chose for the sample that I created. I'll show you really quickly what he looks like with the light on, maybe. So you can see, like, we use the same glass paints. There's also glitters and stuff in here too. But so we do have those on my website. I did post the website somewhere on in the chat, but it's just basically the same name, LiaDiaDesigns.com. I do ship pretty much everywhere. So if you're interested, check those out. There's, like I said, there's a bunch of designs there that you can see if you like. And like I said, in membership, we talk about this as well. Any new designs that people want to see, we discuss that too, so I can hopefully create things that you guys want. My sleep patterns are shot after 42 hours of shift work. 42 years of shift work. Oh my God. Managed to raise 3 kids on my own and now just do whatever I want. Manage 6 hours sleep. Just not normal times folks go to bed. I hear you with that, because honestly, if I didn't have kids, my sleep hours would probably be from 3 a.m. to 9. That's probably what my sleep hours would be, because I'm not a morning person and I am definitely a night person. And if I didn't have to get up at 6 a.m. to get my kids ready for school and stuff, then I would definitely be sleeping until 9. So I hear you 100% with that. And sometimes I think people just need to go with what their bodies are telling them is the best for them, because I hear more and more that scientists and studies are saying that not everybody needs the same amount of sleep. And there's things to be said for both, that, you need certain hours of sleep between certain hours of the night, but not everybody needs the same amount of sleep to feel healthy. So, I would love more. Oh, thank you, Patty. Thank you so much. Maybe you could give those of us who can't draw some tips on drawing outlines. You mean with the outliner? I think I covered that in some of my videos, but definitely I don't mind if we want to do that on stream sometime, I can definitely do that as well. So, probably not today, just because we're already in the middle of this, but we can definitely talk about it. I know I've talked about it in member live streams. We've had some discussions about that as well, but we can probably do it on a public live stream at some point too. Must have the dragon. It is. I really like that one. Thank you, Pam. Sue, trying in my mind to think what color you're going to use for background color in this piece. I already have stuff in my cart, just waiting for a check day. Okay, wonderful. Colors for the background, I think are going to be, well, originally I was going to do like the olive greens, because I'm going to be doing some greens on the flowers for the stems. These down here will be dark greens, because that's going to mimic what I did in the dragonfly wings. We'll have some dark greens down here, and then we'll have some different greens. I'm not sure which colors here. I was thinking to do olive green. So I showed it earlier. So these, like this type of green, can you see it with the light on? So it's like an olive green to do that. So I think what I might do is this, and then maybe a glitter that's also kind of in the same, not the same coloring, but some kind of maybe golden color, sand golden color as well. We'll see. I mean, like I said, we can hang, if you guys want to hang out, we can continue and see how far we get with all of this, because personally, I don't even know what I'm going to do. I kind of have it in my mind, but sometimes it changes based on how things are looking. So let's continue, and then we'll see how far we get with the background, because the rest of this won't, I mean, we're not figuring out colors now because we've already established what a lot of our colors are going to be. So now it's just mostly painting. So like I said, I'm happy to have you guys hang out with me here. I probably can be here for another 30 minutes or so. We might not get done in that time, but we'll see how close we get. Because I don't want to keep you guys here too long, and I know my family is probably wondering what the heck is happening, but you know, it's fine. So, yeah, like I said, I can go faster once I know what the colors are. I generally can go a bit faster because I don't have to think about the colors now. I can just go ahead and paint. So we'll do that while we're chatting. Golden sounds good. Sky blue. Yes, blue. Actually, I was going to mention blue might be another option as well. Like once we get all the colors in here, I might look at if blue is a better fit. I was kind of thinking that this piece kind of has that, I don't want to say, I don't know if it's swampy kind of colors, like more muted colors, because generally I think dragonflies and these kind of things they're not in super colorful bright gardens, like as far as I know. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but in my head I was kind of thinking more like near a pond, you know, with the little cattails. Like those are the kind of colors I'm more thinking of, browns and greens. But I mean, we could maybe throw in a little bit of blue. Oh my gosh, I'm just causing a million bubbles here. I think it's the way I'm brushing, to be honest, today. I think I'm just, I don't know, I'm probably working the brush too much. But I know that I think somebody probably here in the chat, because one of my members, I'm sure it was, who was telling me that they like using a dropper instead of a brush. And I think, Joanne, was that you? I can't remember. There was someone who told me that they prefer using the dropper and said it worked a lot better. So that could be something to consider as well, especially if you're doing a larger piece like this one. I like using the brush because it helps me when I do small details, but in a piece like this, I think there's definitely, a dropper could definitely be beneficial for something like this. So, okay, so there's that. Nope, that's not the color I need. Where's the color I need? This one. Yellow. So we'll just blend away here. There we go. So getting our blend. So you can actually see we blended the top flower here earlier. Excuse me. And you can see that it did kind of settle nicely. Like it's not perfectly blended as a gradient, but it does have a nice look to it. So same thing we're going to do here. It looks more streaky when you first kind of add the paint in, and then it kind of allows itself to settle and blend a little bit. Again, not a fully blended, like a full gradient, but you know, it looks a little bit more subtle once it's settled down. So we'll do that. Well, excuse me. Sorry, oh, hold on, can't see. I use both. Sandy, what do you use both for? I'm sorry, I must have missed something. That would be a good test. What are we testing? I don't know. Sorry, I must have missed something. I don't know. Either that or you guys are commenting on something I said and I already forgot what I said. But, so let's just finish that one up here. And I'll show you guys, well, we'll have to figure out that. Maybe we do should we finish the flowers? And then that way at least we're done, the flowers. I lost my brown. This was the brown I was using, right? Yep. Super time here where I am. Supper time where I am. Have a great evening all. Beautiful work. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Joanne. Thank you, thank you. I'm so glad you could join us. Joanne is in the sunny tropics, and I'm jealous a little bit. But enjoy your night, Joanne, and we'll see you soon. Take care. All right, so we'll continue here. I have to figure out how to do this, how to become a proper live streamer. You have to get things, I think you have to get things like badges for members, and I don't even know if I have any of the features on that streamers normally have. I have to look into all that. I literally was just, I woke up this morning, or actually it was yesterday, I was like, maybe I should do a live stream. Oh, both brushes and pipettes. Yeah. You know what? That's a good idea. I think I could have tried it. I don't have any right now. I might have some, but I probably wouldn't have had enough for the amount that I needed. But on these larger pieces, it would definitely probably be something that would work. Like here, like this area, you could just pick up a whole bunch of paint and just plop it in with the pipette, right? Instead of having to brush. I think the brush here today is what's causing excess bubbles because I'm moving it around so much. Normally you just kind of drop, drop, drop when it's on the smaller pieces. So it could be that as well. Let's just do this, guys, since I'm right here. But like I said, if you guys, any of you who are still here and you have questions about this process or about anything to do with resin or anything you've seen in any of my videos, feel free to ask. I'm happy to answer your questions since we're all hanging out. I do have a bunch of videos I have like a list of videos I need to put together for Patty. You gotta go. All right. Thank you so much, Patty, for joining. Aw, it does. It feels so fun to hang out with you guys. It does feel like a little visit. Like we're just a bunch of girls getting, or I guess we're all girls here today. A bunch of women getting together to hang out. It's a lot of fun. Like I said, next time we'll have to have a coffee or something while we're sitting here and chatting. So thank you guys so much. We'll continue here. Anybody who still wants to hang out, we'll continue for a little bit. But I understand if you guys have to get going because it has been a long stream. But, you know, and we might not get to finish it today. But if not, that's okay. I'll just post the finished piece. You'll see it in, you know, either on Instagram or I can post it here on YouTube in the community tab if you guys want to see the finished piece. If we don't get around to finishing it, which may be the case just because it's taking a little bit longer, mostly because I'm chatting than expected. But and I know we have I know we have new people coming in as well who are just kind of stopping by. So welcome everybody who's just kind of stopping in and taking a quick peek at what we're doing here today. I'm just creating a kind of I'm just kind of doing a stained glass type painting. Which is something I've been doing a lot more of lately. So today we're actually painting on glass. Normally in the last couple months, I've been mostly painting on acrylic, like clear acrylic, just because I have been creating sun catchers. So I know a lot of people who are purchasing the sun catcher, the pre-outlined sun catchers from me, they obviously want something that's not going to fall and break if they hang it up. So the acrylic works really well for that. For anybody who's new, who hasn't seen them, on my website I do have pre-outlined pieces, smaller ones. They're circles. I've shown them a couple of times, but we'll show them again. So we have these, and they're acrylic, and they already have the outlines painted on by me. And then you can paint them however you like. This is an example of a painted one once you're done. So there's we're just doing that, and I just messed up. Oopsie. That ended up green, so it's gonna be okay, but there we go. So we're just painting our flowers. We looked this up earlier. These flowers are called Black Eye Susans. I couldn't remember the name. I had looked them up when I was creating this design because I wanted flowers that dragonflies would normally kind of hang around, and I really like the look of these flowers. They are so unique with their centers being raised. Most flowers, the centers are typically, lower than the petals, or kind of at the same level of the petals in the center. They don't raise up, or they're like a hole going into the flower. But these ones, the center actually sticks out in kind of like a mound, which is really cool. So we have that, and we actually have another petal here. So don't forget about that guy either. So that's all right. So Sandy, long stream, but very few something. I don't know what I mean. Always love watching you paint. Think very fun. Oh, all right. I'm so glad you're enjoying it, Sandy, because like I said, I really enjoy it. I mean, I don't, like I said, sorry, my brain, my brain was working faster than my mouth. I haven't had a chance, as probably you guys have noticed, to put together a lot of videos lately because life is just hectic and I don't get a lot of time down here. But if I can do this once in a while, a couple times a month with you guys, as well as maybe put in, create 1 or 2 videos a month or however many I can fit in, then at least this way I don't feel like I've abandoned everybody, like I'm still here. I still want to be doing what I'm doing. It's just sometimes life gets a little hectic. So we're going through a period of that right now where life is a little hectic. I don't get as much time to devote to my art as I would like, but hopefully that will, settle down soon, and then we'll be back. But this is another great way that I can, get together with you guys and, we paint and we chat and we see what's new and what's happening, and we can discuss more about what's actually going on. So we go. So we're going on. We're getting somewhere with our paints, with our flowers. Our flowers are coming together. Not too bad. Not too bad. Right? So I'll move this out of the way so I can push this up a bit more. There. All right. One more flower. Oh gosh. One more flower, and then we can move on to something else. I think we're going to be going into the green realm after this, because everything from here will probably be some sort of green or blue potentially. I feel I have a little brush hair in here. You guys actually, since we're here, let's discuss. Give me your thoughts on Etsy, because I sell my pieces on my website, but I see that there are quite a few, other art, like obviously there's millions of people selling on Etsy, but I've always heard mixed reviews about that. Like, not so much about the seller side, because I know that I've heard a lot about what people's concerns are on the seller side. But as a purchaser, do you guys buy off Etsy? And if so, like, do you find it preferable? Like, do you prefer to buy on Etsy, or do you find like, do you find it's easier, or is it less expensive, more expensive? I don't know. Like I said, I do purchase off Etsy sometimes, but it's not like a go-to place for me, at least not currently. So let me know your thoughts on it. If it's something like, if I was to put, I mean, I know a lot of you guys would be on my website, it would probably be fine to go to my website, but if I was to put things for sale on Etsy, do you think that's a good idea or not? Um, that's, I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out, because you get a different audience, right? Like, you get different people who haven't seen or heard of you before that shop on Etsy. And that's kind of what I'm wondering, is if that makes sense. These all bubbles. Look at all those bubbles. Oh my gosh. But you know, like I said, so I'm considering it, but I don't know, because I know that for sellers it can be a little pricey because there's a lot of fees and things. But I want to also know about the buyer experience. Like, do you guys prefer it? Like, do you find it's more, do you trust, maybe that's what it is. Maybe, do you trust it more than purchasing from an independent website, you know? And I know, like, for me in Canada, we don't have Venmo, we don't have a lot of payment options besides PayPal, so maybe that's another reason to like it. I don't know. Like, to maybe Etsy gives you more options for payment. So Kara, I love to shop on Etsy, small business and handmade, but it's gotten that you have to be super careful for things. Yeah, actually, that's true too. There's been a lot of larger companies or mass manufacturers that are getting on there now. I guess that's, yeah, another concern. Like I've seen so much of these AI artists now, just, posting so many things to Etsy, and it's just mind-boggling the amount of things that they are able to produce and put on there in such a short period of time. We can't compete as artists, right? Like, it's just, I can't make 20 pieces in one day. Like, that's just not a possibility. Even if I spent my whole day trying to do it, people are limited. So, I mean, I know the quality wouldn't be the same, but I mean, they're doing well. Like, I see some of these AI artists on Etsy, and I mean, they're making tons of sales, and they're hardly charging it for anything, because it's all digital, so they can just charge like $2 or $3, and you know they're making a ton. So it's a bit discouraging. I mean, for me, I see it and I understand the difference, but I can imagine it's super discouraging for a lot of people. Pam, I personally have not had any success selling, but I have purchased and do on occasion. I'm fine purchasing on other sites and do so all the time. I don't necessarily trust it anymore. I prefer a small business with their own websites. I like to buy supplies from Etsy. I never had a problem. Okay. Hi, Roz. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I guess I think I've heard some of that too. People are saying that it's become a little bit less trustworthy now with some of the vendors that they have on there. Which, it's terrible. I'm surprised. I mean, it's too bad that Etsy couldn't control that a little bit better, because it was a really nice place for a long time where handmade businesses can go, and people know that they're getting something that was physically made by, a person that, has a small business and whatever. Okay, so flowers done. Not sure if you'd sell on Etsy. Supplies, yes, totally agree with Etsy that Etsy is a great place for those. Okay, all right, so that's good to know. Good to know. Yeah, like I said, I've been debating in my mind. I've never sold an Etsy. I mean, I think I have an Etsy page. I think it has maybe one thing on it. When I first, years and years and years ago, before I was even doing resin, I had a few things on there, but nothing major. Like I was doing some digital things that I made, and I was putting them on there. Um, but then that, you know, I kind of lost interest in that. And then once I started doing resin, I didn't really put anything on there too much. I think maybe I had like one listing just to exist on Etsy, so that it was like people, if they were looking for my name specifically, they could find me. But but that's it. So okay, so I'm thinking for the flowers. Okay, so for the bottom, I want to do the dark colors, and I'm thinking I definitely want to use this olive green, but then there's also, like I said, there's this dark, I'm kind of thinking to use the dark green for the flower stems and the leaves. I can mix it with another color. The bottom here will have this color and a very, I like mixing, there's like this other color. Oh, this one here. This is the indigo blue. I do like mixing this one as well. So, hold on, I just need to check my phone for a second. Okay, sorry, I thought I had a message, but there's a lot of messages, but not the one I thought I was getting. Okay, so I think I'm going to do the stems in this green. This is the chartreuse green. So it's a nice dark color for the flowers. And there's also, so these colors are the colors I tend to use for these leaves at the bottom here, so I can give them some variation. And then we'll have to figure out the background. But I'm not sure if we're going to get to that there today. Supplies, yes, I totally agree. Not sure if I would sell on Etsy. Okay. Oh, I think we might have already covered this, but I was just reading it again. Okay, let's show this green. So this is a really nice dark green as well. For, I think, for a flower stem. For the color scheme of these flowers, I think this works out really nicely. I don't even know if I need to blend this one because it just has such a nice color to it. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so there's that color. Can you see it? I think it works really well. It complements the yellow of the flower really nicely here. Yeah, and we don't have to put a gradient on everything because then that actually also kind of helps cause, you know, give some contrast for things. Because if everything has it, I mean, you could, but I don't think you need to on this particular one. And this is going to have a bit of a gradient on its own anyway. As you can see, the green is, the paint's going to pull towards the outlines a bit, so the center of the leaf is going to be a little lighter, and then the edges are going to be a little darker. So you're already kind of getting a bit of a gradient kind of effect happening there. So that is that one. And then we'll do this. So oof, I'm making a mess. See, this is where I start making a mess because I'm plopping down a bunch of paint at one time. So, all right, so this is meant to be a leaf here. I had made this one. There's a couple I tried to kind of sneak in in the background here. And there's one here. What green is it? I have a small set of it. This one is chartreuse. So if it might be. I'm not sure if it's one of the ones in the set, but let me know if it is, because it's a really nice green actually. It's actually a one I just recently purchased because I had a bunch of the other greens and I just wasn't, I think Pam, you would know because from one of our live streams from the members, but I was saying how I didn't have a nice green, like one that I felt was like the perfect green. This one I think is really nice for these flowers. So there. Ooh. Let me know, yeah, let me know if it's in your set. I think it might be. I have a feeling it might be in the small set, if I'm remembering correctly. Because some of the other greens, like this is actually more of a leaf kind of green, because the other ones have blue tones or turquoise tones. This one doesn't. It's more of a pure green. So we're just going to get these leaves put in. We'll quickly get those in, and then I think we can quickly look at the background. We'll try to sneak that in really fast. Like I said, I know it's getting close to dinner time for a lot of people, so I apologize that we're running late today with this, but I always underestimate how much time I think I'm going to be spending when I'm painting. I'm always like, oh, it'll take like an hour, it'll be fine, and maybe if I wasn't chatting, it would have taken a lot less time, but still, I think even with that, I tend to underestimate the amount of time that I take to do things. So much to the, chagrin of my husband, because he says I have no time management, which definitely in the studio I think is 100% true, because I get lost down here. It's like I come down here and I'm, in a whole different time warp. Oops. Time just stands still for me down here. I can be down here for absolute hours and not feel it for sure. So sorry. So where do you guys do your if you're doing resin or you're doing your painting or art, do you have a special place in your home that you do it, or I know some people say that they have like garage places in their garage. Some people have sheds, especially if you're in a nice warmer weather place, an outdoor space that they can use. What are you guys using for your creative space? I know when I first started, it was my dining table. So like I said, that's why my husband was like, nope, nope, nope. You need to go somewhere else with your glitter. So he helped me make this space down here. But it was my dining table for a while. Excuse me. All right, a couple more leaves here, and then we can do, I'll show you how I do these bottom leaves, because I do these ones a little different. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. We're almost done. Okay, go. There we go. I think that's all of them. Did I get them all? I think so. It doesn't fit. The whole thing doesn't fit on the on the light board, but it's okay. Yours is green apple. I love the color of yours. So this one is chartreuse. Um, yeah, this one is chartreuse. So I probably do have green apple because I think I have all the colors. Actually, I don't. Do I? This is vivid. This is lagoon. No, I don't have green apple. Do I? What's this one? I don't know what that one is. I don't have green apple. Maybe that's one of the ones that were sold out when I was looking. Because like, as we were discussing earlier with Joanne, that sometimes our supplier is sold out. So, and I don't know if that's with newer colors or older colors, but it is. Sometimes it's just not there. Okay, so for the bottom leaves, oh, okay, you guys can't see them. Let's move some stuff so you can. Oh, there, that's enough. Okay, there we go. Father-in-law's dining room that isn't used. I'd love for a studio space. A studio space is great because you don't feel like you have to clean it up after. Like you can leave things sitting, and then if you need to come back to it later, you can. It's hard with the dining table, and you have people who want to use the table if it's a room that's being used. Spare bedroom that opens up to a patio turned into an art room. Oh, that sounds lovely, Pamela. If I don't set a timer when I go to my studio, I totally have no clue what the amount of time I spent on things, especially when I'm sewing. I say I'll only be 30 minutes and 3 hours. Well, that's the joke in my house too, because I'll tell my kids, I'll be like, okay, they'll want to do something like watch a movie or do something, and I'm like, okay, I'll be back in like an hour or whatever. I have to go do something really quick, and they're like, okay. And then they're like, okay, well, we'll give you 2 hours, or we'll give you 3 hours, and or whatever. Like they know me by now that I have no track of time when I get down here, so it's not the best, but at the same time, they understand. So, and the thing is, it's not always intentional either. It's that you just sometimes things just take longer, or something happens and then you have to fix it, and then that's a whole other situation too. So I purchased a marijuana tent and put an air filtration system in it. Oh, smart. I have a giant table in it and all my paint supplies, no dust. It sounds great. It came in a 12-piece set, I think. Yeah, okay. I have a lobby room. Sorry guys, I'm clearing my throat. I know it's awful. I have a lobby room studio in a spare room upstairs connected to a bonus room for more space. Empty nester. That's awesome. Yeah, all of the rooms in my house are being used, which I'm happy with, and I'm not complaining. I definitely love having my kids around. It's just there's no extra space to. I mean, that's why we have the studio down here, is because this was the extra space that we could find. So, okay, so for the leaves here, I don't know if I shook this one. Let me shake it really quick. So what I'm going to be using is I used 2 to 3 different colors. So I'm using Vivid Green, I'm using Lagoon, and I'm using the turquoise. So just to kind of give some different, because these have sections, it allows me, so I'm just gonna, paint each section a different color because it's fun, and why not? So that's that, and let's see, put one down here. Right, so that's the vivid green, and then we will do the lagoon. And they're not, like, these two colors are not terribly different, but when they're dried and you kind of hold them up to the light, you can kind of see that they are slightly different, so it's nice. It just gives a bit of a variation in the colors on the leaves. So this technique also works really nicely if you're doing like monstera leaves. It'll give you a little bit of, and you have it like sectioned out like this. I did a video like that, but I did rainbow colors. I don't know if you guys remember it, but and those are really cute too. So like so. Yeah, so we have that. And then we'll do our turquoise. Have I used this yet? I can't remember. Like so. Yeah, so it just kind of gives a bit of a variance in the leaves, which I think looks really neat. And it kind of gives to that stained glass look as well, where it, you know, each piece is a separate piece of glass. So you could easily, you know, just cause the, you know, have the colors be different. So what do you think? I'll show you guys without the light on as well, so you can see. I'm getting paint everywhere. So let me grab it. Oh, that's a bad idea. Put my thumb in it. Uh-oh. Oh, no, see, you gotta have the light on. Put my thumb in the paint. There we go. I wanted to show you without the light on, but I don't think you can see it as well without the light on, so we'll just leave it as that. I do need to fix this though. Just stuck my thumb into the paint. Not smart. But there we go. All right. So oh gosh. So has the weather been warming up for everybody? I know that Pam in Texas said that it got nice and warm there now. Here it's been raining. Like, I mean, it definitely warmed up. We're close to freezing right now, which is really warm for us. This time of year, like we're normally like in a deep freeze at this time of year. January, February is like the coldest time for us here, and we're at barely, I think we're above freezing actually today for the next like 2 weeks. Has has the weather been like unseasonably warm for you guys too, or have you been noticing any other kind of like strange weather, you know, that maybe isn't typical for, you know, your area at this time of year? Because it kind of worries me a little bit, because they say whenever we have a mild winter, we end up having like a whole year of rain. Like the summer everywhere, it's just going to rain all year round because we didn't get rid of all the snow, or we didn't get all the snow that we were supposed to have. So then the rest of the year just ends up being lots of rain, which I don't like, because I like having my hot summers. So second, I'm just checking something again. Nope. Okay. I keep thinking I'm getting messages, but I'm not. All right, so. And there's no right or wrong here in terms of where to place each thing. Like, it actually looks better when it's not the same on each, like the placement is not the same on each on each leaf, because you don't want it to look like cookie cutter, I guess. You want them to each kind of have a unique look on them. And if I'm being like super particular about it, I will also consider, like, you know, the placement of the color is based on if that leaf, that part of the leaf is getting a bit more shade. I've done that before too, where I'm like, oh, well, this leaf is overlapping that leaf, so that means that the piece that's under should be darker, and I've done that too. So it just depends on how particular you want to be about it. So warmer than usual, very little snow. Yeah, I don't know. So you typically would get snow, I'm guessing, because, like I said, we're not getting nearly as much as what we would normally get this time of year. And it worries me. I mean, believe me, I don't want the snow. I'm not a snow person. I don't really like a lot of snow, but it worries me when we don't get it, because it just means the rest of the year is just not going to be, you know, we're not going to get that really nice hot weather that we usually get. So I don't know. It's fine. All right, we're going to be done this soon, and then we can look at what our background is going to do. Just a couple more minutes here. I'm going to get these in, and then we can look at that as well. And as I mentioned earlier, with these paints, specifically these, the Pebeo paints, you don't need to varnish them. Like it's meant that this is a one and done, that you paint and then you don't need to do anything else. So if you are using these for sun catchers, you don't actually need to varnish it. I did get some varnish that I wanted to try. Like, I did get some top coat. So like this one is a Tri-Art top coat. I was going to try it to see on one of my samples. Oh wait, I missed a spot here. Oopsie. I forgot what I was doing in this spot here. Was it supposed to be another leaf? Maybe I could go back to that one. Because I just want to see if it makes a difference. Because Pebeo is saying you don't need to varnish them again. Like, you don't need to protect it because it's already kind of built into the paint. So, uh-oh, I just noticed something else I didn't do right. I missed this part of the mushroom. I have to come back to it. I probably have that paint around somewhere still. So, oh, I'm missing messages. A bit closer. Okay, what did you guys say? Sue, we had 20 inches in 2 weeks, Iowa. Here is warming up, so half is melted by end of next week. The rest should melt. Yeah, we had some snow. We had some snow a couple weeks ago too, and then it's all gone. Like, and that never happens right now. Like, this time of year, like, normally we're still the snow will stay on the ground till probably what, like April, sometimes May. The snow will still be on the ground. So it's really odd right now to see that it's been raining, so it hasn't been snowing. So we don't have snow right now on the ground. I mean, there might be in some areas that where they kind of shoveled it up, made like a pile. So maybe it's going to be slower to melt. But for the roads and everything, there's no snow at all. But oh, I'm trying to move it and I keep touching. We're warming up, but just had the biggest snow we've had in many, many, many years, and actually stayed around for over a week, which is even more odd. Really? Okay. Yeah. Well, I know some places. I'm trying to remember where I saw it. I saw it on TikTok, but there was a couple. They were somewhere, and wherever they live, they don't normally get snow, and they were just having the time of their life with the snow because they like never get it. It's like it reminds me of when Florida gets snow. They don't know what to do, so they have so much fun with it. Oh, I missed a couple other spots. So let's fix some of the spots that we missed. I also don't remember what I was supposed to do here, but let's put this green here. I think this was supposed to be a big leaf. I can't remember what I did. So that, oh, you know what? And since I'm here, I'm going to do it with the other color, but I probably should just fill in the bottom. So the bottom should all be green here as well. So we'll just fill it in with that as well. This is why you guys like the borders, right? Like it's just, don't have to worry about things falling off the edges. I see you. That you guys don't, I know, you guys normally with the sun catchers, everybody asks for the borders to be added because for this reason, like it does work, like you can paint to the edges, it's not an issue, but it's so much nicer to have the border kind of stop the paint from going anywhere. So I see that here as well. And so we'll just put a little bit here. Actually, I probably didn't do that one, but it's fine. That would have been us too. Rarely get to. Yeah, no, that's great. If you guys get a chance to have, to experience it when you don't normally get to, I think that's really cool because I lost which paint I was using. This one, right? Because yeah, like I remember I lived in Florida for a year, and I think that was one of the years they had snow, and the Floridians were just losing their minds about it. They just thought it was the coolest thing, and I was just, or either they loved it or hated it, honestly. But to me, it was just like, wow, that's cool because I'm used to having snow because I had lived here before and then moved there for a bit and came back. So, okay, so I did miss one spot here, and I gotta remember which paint I used for it. It was the chartreuse, right? Yeah. So I missed the leaf right here. And I also missed that mushroom. So I'm going to have to go back and fix that mushroom too. Okay. So we do that. Quick fix. Bam. Hi, Patty. You're back. I'm still here. Yeah, I know. I'm still here. I know. I was thinking I should probably go, but then, you guys are still here with me, so let's hang out and I'll finish it really quick, hopefully, and then we'll all know what it looks like, and then we can get going. So, the brown, so this was one, and where was the other one? So this is the light. So I missed this spot here of the mushroom. I just realized it, so I'm just going to put that back in. And add a little bit of the brown that I probably need to put here. Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh, I did it wrong. I did it wrong. I did something wrong. I think. Maybe I did it right? Oh, maybe I did it right. No, I got too many colors here. I don't know what I did. It's fine. All right, well, we'll see if it dries. If not, I'll have to fix that part. Okay, so outlines. Oh, sorry, the lines in the background. What are we going to do? Let's take a look here. So my idea was to use this olive, and we can, so we'll try some of this. We'll see how it looks. And then we will, because if we did do this, maybe we could do some blue too. I don't know. I mean, it might be too much to do both. What do we think? What are you guys thinking? Do you think, here, does it matter if I turn it off? You can't really see the colors now. If I look at it, let's put all of our greens in here for a minute. So if we look at it, so, now I don't know. I'm starting to think that, what if we did, you know what, I'm going to remove the light table for a second. Ooh. And just look at it. Blue on, see, Patty, you read my mind. You read my mind, Patty. That's exactly where I was going. I was just thinking I could do the green, and then in the middle here we could do kind of a, make it look like we're gradiating up towards blue. And I was even thinking that we could even have some like some whites, like almost clear, maybe whites. Yeah. Okay. Let's, yeah, so we could do blue. We can do blue from maybe like here up, and then we'll do greens on the bottom, because I was kind of thinking that myself, that we should do something like that. I probably, if I do this design again, I might change the lines, because the lines I was doing similar to how I did the sun catcher of this, and I had those lines in the back, but now I'm kind of thinking that maybe I should do a different type of pattern for the background. So I'll have to look at that for the next time. If I decide to make this design again, I can change it. So we can, I'll still try this olive green that's kind of down here. And then we can use some blues around the top. But see, this is the reason why I don't always know what I'm gonna do, because I'm thinking, oh, maybe I'll do this, and then I completely change my mind and do something different. I like the blue on the blue jay. Okay. If it doesn't work, I'll take the heart. If blue, yes, that's what I'm thinking too. Super light blue, almost white, or having some kind of, some strands white-ish, or maybe glitter, maybe with the color shift pigments, or yeah, so light, very light. I think the sky in here, it needs to be light, and the bottom can be a little bit varied with the colors a little bit. There's like a bristle or something stuck. Just want to get rid of that. Okay, so there's that. Okay, so we need some other colors. Well, let's do a few with the green, and then we'll find another color. I'm thinking I might actually do the same color, but with the color shift pigments in it, and or maybe darken it slightly, so then it's slightly different. But sometimes that's what I do with if I'm not sure if I want to add too many more colors, is I will just either tint or add something to the existing color to make it just have a different look to it, but it's not actually completely different. And I think that's a good trick sometimes too. This should have had a line here. You know what, I kind of want to turn this, but maybe I won't. Maybe I will. I kind of want to turn it so that I can see the whole width at the same time. So this way, since we're working on the bottom half, I can kind of see the whole bottom half at the same time. And I also need to, sorry guys if that's gonna do something to you. There, so now we can see the whole bottom half, and then I can do things better. All right, so for this, I was supposed to have a line here. I'm sure somehow I missed it, not sure. Technically you shouldn't do this because you have to wait for it to dry, but I'm a professional. No, I'm just kidding, I don't know. I just try to be really careful if I've messed up like that. So, and see, I think here was supposed to be another line. See, there's so many details on this, but this is all part of the behind the scenes that you guys don't see. That I do mess up, it does happen, and then I have to fix it, and I just figure out what I can quickly do to fix it and keep going. Sounds great, Patty. Yep. The background lines went horizontal, then it would be, yeah, definitely. So here's the thing. That's the reason why I said I would do it differently next time is so this one I showed you earlier of my daughter's one. You can see that I did this guy in smaller chunks. So this way I could do the gradation. So I had the green on the bottom, purple in the middle, and then blue on the top. So it just allowed me to do that gradient type of look easier because of how the chunks were. I didn't do that on here because I was thinking I was doing something, I was going to do something else. But if I was to redo it, I would definitely make that change this time. So I would probably have the line to the run, even if I kept the vertical lines, I would make it so that they run into each other more to kind of make more sections instead of just being fully vertical. I don't know if that makes sense, but I think something like that. I do like this pattern for the background. It does make it difficult for what we're trying to do with the gradient. So I think I'm just gonna make this side the same. What was the iridescence you used on your daughter's piece? It was gorgeous. Of course we'll do. I love that. Okay. Oh no. Oop. The iridescent on my daughter's piece, it's the same ones I showed earlier. So it's just mixing these guys, the color shift pigments, into these same paints. So I'll show you. Remind me to show you the Larissi one so you can see those ones. They're much smaller containers, but again, you don't need a lot. Like literally the touch of the top of the top of your paintbrush is going to give you pretty much enough for the small quantities of paint that we're using here. You really don't need to use a lot of it. So that's supposedly it's very expensive, which is why they sell them in such small quantities. Okay, so we have that. So let me put some of this. Did I already do that earlier today? I don't know. Let me put some of it in. I'll do it in this one. In here, and then we'll add some of the iridescence to it. Sorry, the color shift to it. And we'll just make ourselves kind of like another color. Even though it's not different, it's going to, it'll give us something a little different in terms of a look. So you can see, I think you can probably see that maybe, that shimmer. Okay, so that's the color. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I'm just going to add it in. So it looks, it has a similar, the color is going to look the same, but the effect will be different on it. And I'm putting a little extra in each of the spaces too, so that it gives a bit of a darker color to it. As we mentioned earlier, you can put less and have it be more transparent, put more and it would be still transparent but darker. So that's what I'm going to try to do here. You guys can see what I'm doing. Am I not? Ooh. So this, Donna, hi Donna. So pretty as sun catchers, I try to remind. Okay, I'll try to remember. Hi Donna. Yeah, this one is a frame. So the sun catchers that I have that are the round ones, those are made of acrylic. And they have a hole drilled in the top so that it can be hung. This one is actually a glass panel and it's going to be going into a frame. So this one won't be hung up. Yeah, but yeah, and that's the thing, like the sun catchers being acrylic is a little better because this way if they're hung up you don't have to worry about them falling, well, or at least you don't have to worry about them breaking if they fall, I guess is the better way to say that. But okay, so there, and I think I might just do this section here too, just because it's still within the leaves. All right, now what do you think? Should we continue with the green in this section here? I kind of feel like maybe we should do this section here green and then just do the sky. I feel like that's what we should do. So maybe I should continue. I think. I think. I think. Yeah, I kind of feel like we should. Because then it kind of feels like this is still down in the garden and then up there is the, okay. And here's another line I missed right here. hope you guys are on board with it, because I just kind of decided and kept going. So I think that will work better. Otherwise we'll have a third kind of color in the middle here, and I don't know if we really want to do that on this piece. We already have a lot going on this piece, so. All right, so I think that's working out well. Then we'll just have to put back the normal chartreuse into, sounds good? Vote yes? Cool. I'm glad you all agree. Oh my gosh. These are all the decisions. I know you guys are the same. The decisions of trying to figure out colors can be nerve-wracking sometimes. Because you're just worried that what happens if you make the wrong choice. Luckily with this, it's somewhat easy to fix the problem. Like I said, we can kind of remove it quickly for the most part. But yeah, so it's even easier with the gloss varnish paints because those are water-based, so you can just literally, if depending how much other details you already put in, you could just take a wet cloth and wipe it right off. With these, it's a little bit more tricky, but it can still work. All right, let's get this done. I can't believe how long we've been here together, but it's been fun. I'm really enjoying this, having the company to paint and then bounce ideas off of and color options and stuff. This is really neat. Okay. There. Oh, I really like how that's looking. What do you guys think? The bottom is looking really cool. I just stopped to look at it for a second. It actually looks really cool. I like it. Okay, so that should be our greens. And now we should figure out our sky. So I do think it should be very light. Yeah, I do think it should be light. And very light blue. So the blue that someone mentioned, the blue that was on the cardinal. This is good for you. Had several opinions. Yes, it is good for me. Okay, so this is the blue. It's a very, very light blue with that same glitter I was showing you earlier, the Paradise glitter. This one here. So it's mixed. It's just a very light blue with this. I think that could look nice. Love it? Okay. I think this could look nice with the glitter, and then we could do the same thing. We can have some without glitter, some areas without glitter, and some areas with the glitter, and maybe even some areas with, if we want to do three, with a little bit of the iridescent stuff in it. But that is going to be the gloss varnish. So let's switch over to gloss varnish. Let's see a spot there. I don't know what that is. Okay, home stretch, home stretch. Ryu Moon, you're still here. Yes, we're almost done. I do need another cup though. I ran out of cups. Yeah, ran out of cups. There's some over there. Let me grab them. Oh, stretch my legs too while I'm here. So yeah, let's just take a quick peek at this because I really like how it's actually turning out. So let's take a quick peek. There. Bottom half. Oh, here. Oh, wait. I don't know if it makes a difference. No, see, you guys can't see it. But that's without the light, and then that's with the light. It's looking pretty nice. With a little bit of our red mushroom there, looking pretty cool. All right, so let's do the top. All right, there. Now, just make sure I don't lean into the paint because you know that's gonna be the next thing that happens. Okay, so let's do our glitter. Oh, I picked up the wrong cups, but no, maybe. I think these are ones I've used before, but okay. In any case, let's. You know what? No, let me grab some new ones just in case. So as, oh my gosh, that would have been terrible. As we were talking about before, doing this live stream, now I know how long this piece actually took. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's do gloss varnish. We'll need quite a bit this time because we have a lot of area to cover. So let's start with the blue. So we're gonna grab our resin dyes this time for the background of this. So for the sky blue, I have actual sky blue of the resin dye, but I like to mix it with this blue here. It's called Sapphire. It's like the dark blue. So what it does is it just, instead of having this really bright blue, which I'll show you what it looks like. So I put a few, I put a few drops. So instead of having it be this super, you know, bright blue like you see here, I like adding a little bit of this so that it darkens it. And sometimes I even add like a little squidge of black in it to just, again, have it not be like this super bright color. And I can't find the black. There we are. And just like a drop or two of black in there just to kind of dim it down from being super bright. So that's the color there, like so. It might be, I might have to add a bit more gloss varnish just to. Are you guys okay if I flip this upside down? I'm so worried I'm going to lean right into it. So let's, and this way I can have it, you know, here, like so. Upside down. I might add a bit more. So I start off with the color that doesn't have any additives, like, and it's just the color. So just the resin dye and the gloss varnish as a color. Then, since I made a lot of it, what I can do is when I'm ready to do the next color, I add. So if I want to add glitter, now I can add glitter. Then if I want to add, or sorry, if I want to add the color shift, then I can do that. And then after that, if I want to add glitter, I can do that. So this way you can use the same color if you want to have multiple things out of it, right? So let's try, let me put my glasses back on. Let's try this. So again, I don't know if this is going to be better with the lights off, but with the background, with the light table off. So it doesn't have, so again, it's not a bright blue. It's kind of more of a muted, I don't want to say like a dirty blue, but it's kind of got that cornflower kind of bluish color. So this way it's not bright, right? Because nothing here is really bright. We have everything's, it's colorful, but it's not, you know, I don't know, just bright. My brain's gonna stop working. But anyway, so I'll turn off the color. I'll turn off this so you can kind of get an idea of what the color looks like, right? And like I said, we'll do 3 variations of this color. Like when we add glitter to it, it'll look lighter. When we add the iridescent, it's probably gonna have a greener, more of a green tint to it. So it'll, even though it's the same base color, we're going to get 3 different looks out of it, right? Which is cool, I think. I like that a lot. I think we'll mix, we don't want to have them be perfect. Again, we don't want a perfect pattern here, so we're gonna mix up the order of them. So, absolutely, I'm holding my breath with it being glass. I know. The color is beautiful. I'm a blue girl. Yay. Yes. Again, so this is the thing. Do blue people, the people who love blue, have their, have their good and bad blues? So like, what would be a good blue and what would be a bad blue, in your opinion? Let's go. We'll do one maybe. I want to do one here. Maybe still do that one. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because like I'm just picky with colors, as you can tell, just in general. Like there's always going to be a good color and a bad color, but it also depends on context of what I'm creating. So like this color that I'm painting with right now would never be a color and normally I'd be like, oh, that's like a perfect blue. But for this painting, I think it actually is the perfect blue. But it wouldn't be a color I would choose necessarily too much otherwise. So I think that's how I look at colors. Okay, so we have that. And then we have, I need one more, I think. So I could just skip and go here, I think. Probably. Uh-oh. Got some in the yellow. So I do really like it though. I do like this blue color with it. It was a good choice to do blue, guys. Good job. All right, so we'll do, that's probably not going to be, I feel like I can just add a little line there and it looks like the blue is continued a little bit and then doesn't look like it just suddenly cuts off. So let's just do that. This is also why when I do the sun catchers, I like to paint a sample of them, obviously for the website, but also so I can see how they look painted and if I've missed any spots, because as you can notice, sometimes I do miss spots. Okay, so I've added in some of the, I'm going to put in both actually, of the color shift so that we get a nice little shimmer on these. So we're adding it to our base blue, the same blue that we just used. We're going to add some shimmer to it. I'm team blue all the way. Sapphire blue, sapphire would be good for sure. I'm not so great. A not so great blue for me is gray blue, which is basically what we're painting with. All right, there's no bad blue. All team blue all the way. And there really isn't a bad one, just one I like better than others, but I definitely have favorites in the color families. In the other color families, there's no bad blue. Yes. Can't be done, can't be done, she says. Okay. So let's go with this. So I've now added the color shift pigments to this. And again, it may not look too different for you guys, but there's a shimmer in it. So once it dries, it's subtle, but when you look at it, you'll be able to see that it is actually slightly different, which is what we are going for. Do I want to add more? I don't know, maybe, sure, why not? I love blues too. There's such a thing as is there such a thing as bad blue or yeah. Dot. Oh yeah, the tiny spot. Oh yeah. Oh. Oops, I already missed it. Okay, let's see if we can grab a little bit and just put it in there. Thank you for catching that. Here we go. Cut. I have a line here. So this, oh, that's that line. Okay. Yep. Okay, we keep going. Okay, so let's go here. Yeah, so it looks, for some reason, it does look a little darker with the color shifts added to it. But I think that's just because it's reflecting the light now in a different way, which is what we were trying to do here. Just give it something subtle. So this way, like I said, we can add texture and interest. And when you hold it up to the light or it just, you know, shifts in the light, you're able to see that, you know, even though the blues are all similar, that they're actually subtly different. And I just got some in here. Nope, blend you in. There you go. Okay, and that will be glitter, and then we'll do this one, I guess, and then, so again, not a perfect pattern, but still, you know, giving kind of equal time to each of the colors. That's what we're trying to do here. So I like to find balance. I mean, it's not a science for me. I'm not, you know, spending too much time thinking about it, but it's just more of, when I look at it, I want to feel like all the colors are kind of balancing each other out, you know, across the piece. So as we were talking about earlier, when we were talking about the leaves, and I was saying how I want to bring some of that green that's in the dragonfly's wings down into the leaves. Just a way of finding some balance to get all of these in there. Okay, so this one's going to have two, so we're going to probably have this one here and this one here in this color, and then the one in the middle is going to be the glitter. So yeah. It's not gray blue at all. Okay. I mean, here to me it kind of has a bit of a grayish, but I know what color you're talking about. Much more of a gray. Okay. I know. It's not a blue gray. We have it. Oh no. Oh no. I don't want to touch it because I'm going to ruin it. Oh, maybe I saved it a little bit. It does have, it leans towards that, but it's definitely a blue. It's definitely not a gray. So. Okay, so I've got a couple more, and then I think this side is also, because this line goes that way, and then that, yeah. So we're gonna put it in here as well. And I did it again. I keep touching the, keep dropping it in the yellow. Luckily we did, nope, that's the wrong color. Luckily we did the yellow, or like this flower was like at the beginning, so it's already starting to kind of dry. It's not fully dry, but enough that I can kind of get to it and just pick that color off the top. And because it's not, they're two different types of paint, they don't mix right away, right? So they kind of repel each other a little bit. So that helps too. Okay, so that, and then this, and then we have one more color, and then we're done. Well, one more blue, and then we're done. Okay. A dot here, and a little bit here. And then we will add our glitter. So I make sure I didn't miss any spots. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we can add in our glitter. It looks cool upside down. Awesome. Yeah, it's different perspective, right? Look at it from a different way. All right, so we have that. So now we'll just add our glitter to the same little cup we're using here, and we'll get ourselves kind of a third blue. And then we are, okay. So this is the extra. I can put some more actually, but we'll see. We'll try a little bit here and see how we look. You guys see that, or should I? 4.5 hours later. Yeah, oh my gosh. I can't believe it. This is definitely the longest stream ever that I've done. Even for the members, I think our most has been 3. 4.5 is a lot for sure. So we'll try to keep any future ones not quite as long. I'll try to figure out how to be faster. Or maybe we just don't always have to complete the entire painting every time. Maybe sometimes we'll do it in batches if you guys prefer that. Let me know actually, do you prefer the longer stream, or do you prefer that maybe we keep it to like maybe 2 hours, and then if we're not done, we'll come back to it another day? The only thing with that is it means it might be like, you know, a couple weeks before we get back to it again, depending on how often I'm able to stream. If I start being able to stream a couple times a week, then that's different. Then we could definitely do some shorter streams. But you guys let me know what your preference is, because like I said, if I know what you guys are looking for, then I can try to arrange myself to do that. Yeah, because these streams will probably most of the time be painting, because I won't be able to do anything really with resin unless we're prepping something that's going to just get top coated with resin later on. But I won't be doing any resin streams because it's not, I mean, without wearing all my equipment, it's not really all that possible. And I have so many videos that show everything that I know how to do pretty much in resin anyway. So unless it's something, like I said, we're just going to create and then I'm going to top coat with resin or something later, then that's different. But we could potentially do that. Glitter looks amazing. Yeah. So it does, it does. Yeah, like I said, I highly recommend this one. I mean, I do have a lot of the Ricci glitters that I love them all, but they don't have, they have some that are similar to this one that Paradise Glitter has, but I haven't seen an exact match to this one from Paradise Glitter, and this one is one of my favorites for sure, because it just doesn't have that yellow flash, which, you know, is cute, but you know. Okay, let's just take a look here. So this is without the light on. Oh, look at that sparkle. Look at it, look at it. Okay, so let's take a quick look. Let's see if I can pick it up. This would be the time normally I wouldn't touch it anymore, but let's see if we can get a look at it. Doesn't help that I have so many things on my table right now. Let's move some stuff out of the way. Turn. Okay, well, let's do this. Oh no, wait, I gotta do it the other way. Keep going. We're gonna turn it this way and then see if we can get the light on it. Get almost a full picture. I might have to get a bigger light table. Maybe that's the answer. Okay, there we go. What do you think, guys? Worth it? Worth all the effort? All right, here we go. Oh yeah, thank you. I actually have some more stuff to do with washi tape, so maybe we can do some washi tape streams too. I happen to be available and saw you were live, but To be totally honest, I struggle to keep a schedule, but I enjoy them when I catch them. This was fun. Awesome. Ta-da! 2 to 3 hours work for me. I really enjoy it as well. Not complaining at all. I've learned a lot. Aw, thanks, Pam. Okay, great. Yeah, I personally prefer, I think I prefer the 2 to 3 hours myself as well. So we will figure that out. Like we'll figure out, I think this 4.5 hours has been a lot. Like it's a lot. So I think we'll definitely try to figure out how we can kind of, cut that down a little bit to something a bit more manageable. If we need to do 2 streams, we'll do it. Joanne, hi. Actually, we're just finished and we were just looking at the final results. So this is what we have here. So we're all done. And like I said, I'll post pictures on the community tab. And you guys, like I said, if those of you who are on Instagram or Facebook or any of the other places that I'm at, I'll post a picture so you guys can see how it looks in the sunlight, not in my studio lighting, which is terrible. But you can see how it actually looks. I think it really worked out well, and I'm really happy that you guys were here to help me with the choices and some colors, and we kind of bounce those ideas off of each other, and that you can join with me, like you could sit here with me and actually like just keep me company, and we had a nice chat, and I was able to show you guys some of my tips and tricks and things that I do. And because sometimes when I'm doing videos, I'm not thinking about these little things that happen along the way, so while I'm doing it, yeah, definitely just do a smaller ones. Yeah, it just kind of teaches you kind of things that I kind of subconsciously do, but this way I can share them with you in real time now. So, okay, perfect. So 2 to 3 hours, we agree. All right, 2 to 3 hours sounds perfect. All right, thank you guys so much. I'm so happy that that you guys were able to join me and those of you who are here from beginning to end, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. It was so much fun, honestly. Like this was a joy to do, to sit here and talk to you guys and paint and do artsy things and have artsy talks. Awesome. So like I said, doing smaller pieces is definitely a good idea. If we do another large piece, I'll do it in a way that we can do like 2 streams, maybe back to back over in a week. Like we do it, a couple days apart from each other. So this way it still gets done within a shorter, within a reasonable time frame, like a week. But anything that I know that maybe I'm not gonna be able to do another stream anytime too soon, like a couple weeks away, I'll do smaller pieces so that we can make sure we finish in a stream. So thank you guys so much. It was awesome having you, my members. Thank you guys again for being here, and it's always fun hanging out. Those of you who are interested in anything with the sun catchers, let me know. If you have any questions, feel free to message me. On my website, I think my email address is on there as well, or you can message me on anywhere. Instagram, you can DM me. In any of my YouTube videos, you can message me. Anything that you want to do is fine. You can reach me somehow. So thanks, guys. Take care, and I will see you soon. Bye.